Go ahead and get started.
All right, we're ready to get started, Emily.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right, good morning. I would like to call the February 8th, 2021 Board of Zoning Adjustments meeting to order. We will begin with roll call. Candace Forrest.
Present.
Todd James.
Present.
Tamara Aggins.
Present.
Jose Alvarez or Alvarez.
Present.
Ramiro Diaz. Is absent. Alfonso Gonzalez.
Commissioner Diaz is on mute.
Okay.
Sorry, I thought
Okay.
space bar worked. I'm here.
All right.
Present.
Alfonso Gonzalez
Present.
and Matt Rufo.
Present.
Okay. At this time, would the board make a motion to adopt the minutes from the January 11th, 2021 meeting?
Todd James, so moves.
Second. Alfonso.
It's been moved by
Well, the chair-
Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Gonzalez to adopt the minutes from our last meeting. Roll call vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Aggins,
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez,
Yay.
Matthew Rufo,
Yes.
and Candace Forrest. Yes. 7 yeas, no nays, the motion carries.
Okay, and at this time, will the chairwoman please read the special hearing rules for adoption?
Sure. Special public hearing rules for Board of Zoning Adjustments hearings held via video conference. The order of business at the hearing shall be as follows: call to order and roll call with recording of members present, approval of minutes, reading and adoption of the hearing rules, presentation of dockets, which include staff presentation, applicant presentation, and questions from members, then recess for 30 minutes, and then consideration of dockets, which includes public comment, rebuttal by applicant, questions from members, and voting, followed by adjournment. The presentation of dockets. The order of business for each docket shall be as follows: presentation by the City Planning Commission staff or the Department of Safety and Permit staff. Presentation by the applicant or their representative. The appellant or applicant may appear on their behalf or be represented by a duly authorized agent. Only one representative may speak on behalf of a request and must pre-register with the staff of the City Planning Commission. Other representatives or speakers may sign up to provide comments during the public comment portion of the meeting. The applicant shall be allowed a maximum of 5 minutes. Questions from members. The members have an opportunity to ask questions of the staff or applicant. Recess. The board shall take a 30-minute recess to allow members of the public to submit comments. Public comment rules. Only written public comment will be allowed. Live public comment will not be allowed. No member of the public may submit more than one written comment per agenda item. Time allowed for public comment. The public comment form will be made available at the start of the meeting and will close at the end of the 30-minute recess. Form. Public comments must be submitted electronically on the form provided by the City Planning Commission. Any comment missing this information will not be read aloud. Each submission must contain the commenter's first and last name, commenter's address, whether the commenter is being paid in connection with his or her comments, and the agenda item. Reading of public comments. A moderator will read into the record all comments pertaining to that item that have been submitted in accordance with these rules. Comments will be read aloud in a normal speaking voice. The moderator will discontinue reading a comment once it exceeds 2 minutes. Rebuttal by applicant. Following the public comment period, if there is opposition, the authorized representative of the application is allowed a rebuttal not to exceed 5 minutes. Questions from members. Following the public comment and rebuttal, the members have an opportunity to ask questions of the staff or applicant. Voting. Making a motion. The member making a motion shall clearly state their name when making a motion. For example, I, Candace Forrest, move to approve or deny the request. Seconding a motion. The members seconding a motion shall clearly state their name when seconding the motion. For example, I, Candace Forrest, second the motion made by the other member. Statement by the chair. The chair will restate the motion, confirming who made and seconded the motion. Voting. The chair will request a verbal vote from each member by roll call. Each member will indicate yay to vote in support of the motion or nay to vote in opposition. And that concludes the rules for the meeting.
Sorry, I was on mute. At this time, would the board make a motion to adopt the special hearing rules?
I, Todd James, move to adopt the special meeting rules.
Mara Egan, second.
It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Eggins to adopt the special hearing rules. Roll call vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Eggins,
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
I don't know how that's going.
Alfonso Gonzalez,
Yay.
and Matthew Rufo,
Yes.
and Candace Forrest, yes. 7 yeas, no nays, the motion carries.
Okay, in accordance with the adopted hearing rules, the public comment form link is available on the city's Granicus website, as well as NOLA.gov CPC. It will be available until the end of the 30-minute recess, after which public comments will be read into the record as part of consideration of dockets. Item number 11, BZA docket 01621 was withdrawn. The first item is item number 1, BZA docket 00621 for a property located at 1129 North White Street. Following the staff presentation, the applicant will have 5 minutes to present. Tyler Payton is signed up to speak on behalf of this application. Sydney?
Morning. BZA 621 is a request for a waiver of the rear yard setback requirements to permit continued renovation of an existing single-family structure, providing a rear yard setback of 1.65 feet. The subject property is located in an HURD2 historic urban two-family zoning district in the Bayou St. John neighborhood. The subject lot, Lot C, is an interior lot which is roughly rectangular in shape and measures approximately 1,600 square feet in area. Lot C is currently occupied by an existing single-family home, construction of which antedates the 1950s. This is an after-the-fact request considering a renovation and proposed addition of a second-story camelback to the existing property. The existing structure prior to renovation measured approximately 844 square feet in gross floor area. The existing structure presented nonconformities regarding rear yard setback, permeable open space, and interior yard setback. The Department of Safety and Permits has confirmed that the applicant would maintain inherited legal rights in regards to these conditions, as long as the applicant does not increase the nonconformity per Article 25, Section 25.4.d in additions and enlargements. The applicant is seeking a waiver of the rear yard setback requirements because they have relinquished their inherited right to maintain a non-conforming setback by replacing the rear wall and extending the rear building line by 0.65 feet or about 7.8 inches. Otherwise, it does not appear that the proposed development would expand the footprint of the primary structure. At this point in time, the camelback addition has been framed, but it is not complete. The applicant obtained a permit for a structural renovation from the Department of Safety and Permits on June 17th, 2020. According to the applicant's letter to the board, they later received a stop work order and discontinued construction after Safety and Permits became aware the rear build line had been extended, resulting in a loss of legal nonconformity. Staff collected data on the lot depths and approximate rear yard setbacks of 56 surrounding properties. Staff finds that the subject property is an anomaly relative to other residential properties in the area. Whereas the subject property measures 65 feet in depth, the average lot depth of surveyed lots is 127 feet in depth. Staff identified only 3 other lots other than the subject property, which provide insufficient lot depth. And on each of these properties, rear yard setback requirements are not met. The BZA has previously approved 4 requests for a variance to renovate a structure with a non-conforming rear yard setback of less than 5 feet under similar circumstances. Staff finds the applicant meets 8 of the 9 approval criteria. Staff does note that there is no permeable open space provided on the site currently, which is an inherited right. However, the lack of stormwater retention on the site could be detrimental to nearby properties, considering the limited rear yard provided, and this should be mitigated through compliance with the staff's recommended proviso, requiring the applicant removes all concrete from the rear yard and 50% of concrete from the interior side yard on the Bell Street side of the property, should this case be approved. Staff finds the circumstances that necessitate a variance are the result of the actions of the applicant. And for this reason, the staff recommends denial of BZA 063-21. Oh, excuse me, BZA 06-21.
Okay, we have Tyler Payton signed up to speak on behalf of the application. You now have 5 minutes to present. Before you start, Todd, are you available to keep time again?
If staff can just please strike time because I may need to jump in and out.
Okay, all right, hold on just a minute.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tyler Payton. I'm representing Acadia Design and Development on behalf of the client, Keelan Jackson. And I just wanted to, I guess, talk about the project. The issue that we were having and the reason why we were requesting the variance was after initial approval through the HDLC and getting the permit for the structure, demolition on the project commenced, and there was a lot more rot and deterioration than we had expected on the project. Unfortunately, our firm was not hired for construction management on the project, and that is when we were contacted after the fact through the client and the general contractor saying that a stop work order was issued on the project. So that's why we're here today, to kind of see if we can get this resolved. I do know that on one of the provisions is that the entire perimeter of the structure is concrete right now, and the client has stated that they would demo that for the permeable surface area that is needed or recommended by the staff. But that is one thing, and the reason why the after the fact issue came about was because we were not on board. We worked with the client for plans and construction documents, but not managing the construction process. So basically that's where we are right now, and we're just trying to get this project going so that the client can finish up.
Thank you. Are there any questions from board members?
Just a quick question to staff. And thank you, Sydney, for clarifying with some of it. In the report, there was a couple references to other criteria that were not met. I'm just trying to make sure that the one criteria that is not actually met is just strictly number 3.
That's correct.
All right.
Yeah, I had a similar question because there were several items. I'm looking at numbers 7, number 8, number 9, 7 and 8, 5 and 4.
And 5.
Where it says, the first sentence says that the standard is not met, but then there's an explanation. So just trying to get clear that it's only standard number 3.
Yes, and the added proviso should address standard 8 regarding detrimental impacts to surrounding properties.
Okay, yeah, that was my question as well.
So would
would actually removing the existing paving would make this property complying with the one concern that the staff had?
No, the paving is intended to mitigate the impact of the lack of open space on the site, which is tied to the rear yard setback. That's not the condition that's being considered with this case. The lack of open space is currently an inherited right, but staff found that removing the pavement would reduce the negative impacts on surrounding properties were this case to be approved.
But we're talking strictly about a half an inch of an encroachment, roughly?
Right.
0.65.
All right.
0.65 feet, 7.8 inches.
Okay.
Thanks.
And go ahead.
No, that was my question as well.
Is there a survey of the building before demolition?
It's not a survey, but there is a site plan that was submitted to safety and permits for the renovation permit, which is shown on page 3, figure 2.
Right. Well, the reason why I'm asking is because when I look at aerial imagery of the site, the shape of that little bump out on the back doesn't look exactly the same to me, but it might just be because of the way Google is, I was going back to the history and it looks like the shape, that bump out doesn't go all the way to the back of the property. Now I know that if there's a non-conformity, you can go all the way back, but if it's not all the way across the back of the building, I don't know what that impact is. If the shape was more jagged on the back than squared off. And I don't know if there's more information somewhere about what was there before the demolition.
Yeah, the only documentation I had access to was that site plan for the proposed renovation.
Right, because the site survey on A101 looks like it's hard to tell whether that's all the information from the surveyor is kind of. Okay, I see it now. Okay. All right, I just want to confirm.
Are there any other questions from board members? Seeing none, we can go to the next item.
Okay, we will now begin with the unfinished business for appeals. The next item is item number 2, BZA docket 00721 for a property located at 7612 through 7614 Burke Street. Robert Strain is signed up to speak on behalf of this application. We also have Catherine Swartett signed up to speak on behalf of the property owner. Following the staff presentation, and the applicant and the property owner's representative will each have 5 minutes to present. BZA docket 00721 is an appeal of the decision of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits regarding the issuance of building permit 2021060 RNVS for the structural renovation of an existing 2-family residence in the University Area Interim Off-Street Parking Zoning District. The Department of Safety and Permits now has the opportunity to present.
Good morning. My name is Nick Kindle. I'm the zoning administrator with the Department of Safety and Permits. Since this is the appeal or deferral from an appeal from last meeting, I'm just going to kind of quickly summarize our report from last month and then kind of get into more details on the new information from this month. So relative to 7612, 7614 First Street, the applicant appeal alleges an error in the decision of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits for building permit number 2021-060 RMVS for the structural renovation of an existing 2-family residence in the University Area Interim Off-Street Parking Zoning District. On March 15th, 2020, the applicant applied for a building permit for a structural renovation of a two-family dwelling. The Department of Safety and Permits approved the permit on May 14th, 2020, but the permit was not issued until the applicant paid for the permit on September 29th, 2020. The applicant's appeal alleges that this permit was issued in error for a number of reasons, including that the permit should have been subject to the University Area Interim Zoning District. The applicant did not apply for a substantial improvement permit. The applicant did not indicate that the structure was built prior to 1978, and that the original plans indicated 10 bedrooms and do not comply with the CZO's family definition. So I'm going to quickly kind of go through each of these 4 grounds for appeal. So first, the applicability of the University IZD. On March 5th, 2020, the City Council adopted motion M2018 to establish the University Area Interim Zoning District. The University IZD requires that any developer who's renovating a structure in this applicable area provide 1 additional off-street parking space for each additional bedroom created. In this case, there are 4 existing bedrooms, and the renovation resulted in 8 total bedrooms. So if the University IZD applied, 4 new off-street parking spaces would be required for the 4-bedroom increase. Despite the applicant's arguments to the contrary, the University IZD does not apply to this renovation because the permit was submitted before the IZD went into effect. So in accordance with the CZO language around IZDs, they go into effect immediately upon the adoption of the City Council motion. In this case, the permit was submitted on the same day as the IZD was approved by City Council. The permit was submitted on March 5th, 2020 at 12:11 p.m. and the University IZD motion was adopted by City Council at around 2:20 p.m. So that's approximately 2 hours after the permit was submitted. Therefore, the permit was received prior to the adoption of the IZD motion and shall not be subject to the University IZD requirements. The second point that the appeal is based on is that the owner failed to apply for a substantial improvement permit. So that's not exactly the case here. On the Department of Safety and Permits website, there is something that designates a substantial improvement permit, but that's not a separate permit beyond what was submitted. The applicant had submitted a structural renovation permit and did submit all the requirements that were necessary for a substantial improvement. So the applicant did in fact apply for a substantial improvement permit. The third point, the applicant erroneously indicated that the structure was not built prior to 1978. So it appears that the applicant on the application form did fill that out incorrectly. It does appear the structure was built prior to 1978. And if it was and there was lead paint, they would be required to fill out a lead-based paint removal form. But that isn't something that would be required to be considered a complete application and would not impact the vesting of the application prior to the adoption of the University IZD. And the fourth argument was that the plans shown have 5 bedrooms in each dwelling unit, which would violate the CZO's definition for a family. So the Department of Safety and Permits does not necessarily think that's the case. We have to go based on the information that is shown on the plans. And so these plans do show 4 bedrooms as well as an additional bonus room or media room. I forget exactly what it's called out on the plans. So, there are 4 bedrooms in each unit. Furthermore, if there were 5 bedrooms, that does not necessarily mean that it would violate the family definition, as you can have more than 5 bedrooms and still comply. It doesn't mean that you'll have more than 4 unrelated individuals living in that unit because, it could be a guest bedroom, it could be for multiple family members who live in the bedroom or for other legal uses such as a partial unit residential short-term rental. Okay, so now I'm going to move on to the updated portion of the report that's based on the request for additional information from the board. So the BZA deferred this appeal request at the January 2020 meeting to give Department of Safety and Permits time to research if the architectural plans were submitted with the initial application submittal of permit 2021-060 RNVS on March 5th, 2020. Based on the notation in LAMA from when the application was submitted, the permit analyst who took in the plans indicated that stamped architectural drawings were submitted at that time. However, the plans were not uploaded into LAMA at that date. During this time period, the Department of Safety and Permits was only taking paper permit applications in person, including all plans had to be submitted on paper in accordance with the city's cyber attack policy, which prohibited the use of flash drives for submittal of digital documents, including architectural plans. So if there were paper plans provided at that time that were larger than letter size, they would not have been immediately scanned and put into LAMA. The applicant followed up with a digital copy of the plan set submitted via email on April 3rd, 2020. As previously mentioned, at the time this permit was submitted, the Department of Safety and Permits was only taking paper applications and were adding permits directly into LAMA. Since the city was still recovering from the cyber attack and wanted to have paper backup for all digital files uploaded into LAMA, the department kept paper records for all submitted applications at that time. The Department of Safety and Permits staff was able to find the original paper documents for this permit, which include the application form, benchmark, survey, and a complete plan set. The Department of Safety and Permit staff can confirm that architectural plans for this permit were submitted on March 5th, 2020, and the department's determination in this matter should be upheld. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, Mr. Strand, you have 5 minutes to present.
Before I start my comments, I would like to present a request to the BZA. I would like your permission to use attachments D and E of my supplemental comments to supplement the meeting packet. DSP emails provided by the city on February 2nd after the comments deadline are relevant to my comments and are for your convenience to review.
Madam Chair, I think it's, I don't know if we need to introduce a motion to accept additional information or not at this time.
It would be to suspend the rules to admit it since it was submitted after the deadline.
And I just have a question. I know that we received a revised packet for this item. Are these documents included in that? It's a question for staff.
All of these are public
It's
records.
a question to the staff.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't know what he's submitting.
We haven't reviewed what Mr. Stream submitted, I believe over the weekend or this morning.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Yeah, Emily, it's really hard to hear you.
Is that better?
Not really. Just hold tight, Mr. Strand, while we get it clarified.
Is this better?
A little bit better.
It's really low, Emily.
You sound far away from the mic. And I think my bigger concern just is, so Mr. Strand, if this is something that you did do, I'm assuming you did this as a public records request of emails?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Um, how much information is it? How many emails are you providing?
There are 2 attachments that are included. The rest of the attachments on my supplement are already in the packet, and I was just providing those to you in order to review instead of looking through 435 pages of the packet to find them.
Okay, so is it something that we make, so it's just 2 particular attachments, correct?
Yes, attachments D and E.
And if I'm hearing you right, these were already included in our packet. You're just referencing 2 of the attachments that were in the packet already submitted.
These 2 attachments were provided to me after the February 1st deadline. They came to me on February 2nd, but they are relevant to my comments for today.
And we understand that part. I think the question is it 2 attachments that's already inside of our packet?
No, it is not.
Okay.
Respectfully, I would have to object to him submitting additional evidence. This is Katie Swartout on behalf of the landowner.
Well, so this is, I think this is just at the purview of the board at this point.
I know. Yes.
In terms of what we deem acceptable or not.
Absolutely.
And
Because I mean, at this point, it would, if a motion isn't presented, then it would turn into whether or not the applicant requests to defer to have these items included for us to consider at a later meeting.
right. And that's right now, that's where I'm at least understanding that the staff hasn't had a chance to see what's being provided. I mean, if we received it at this point, we would almost need to just look at it later on in the agenda in order to have time to receive it digitally. Otherwise, we would have to, I would strongly recommend deferring it, considering that we don't have the proper venue to really see all of the attachments in a timely manner. And
At
if,
this point-
and Mr. Strand, actually, can you just very quickly, what are the 2 attachments? You're just saying attachment D and E. What are the attachments?
Hang on one second. They are emails that were provided by the city. Hang on one second, please. Attachment D is an email to the city from an architect showing a transmittal showing that they were receiving.
So it's a transmittal letter of what was submitted?
Transmittal letter. And then E is a response from Nick Kindle stating that if you are, that comments can be reviewed by email. That if you put with a comment or with an application in Llama comments. So it's an email from Nick Kindle about Llama and responses to review.
I'm sorry, who was that?
What'd you say, Commissioner?
Who's the last person speaking? Was that you, Mr. Strand? It sounded like it just, the voice changed.
I was
asking a question at the time that he was speaking.
Okay. Madam, I don't think it's appropriate to suspend the rules at this time and accept it just because it sounds like there's a lot more documentation there than just 2 attachments. I was thinking you were referring to maybe building plans or just a series of drawings that may have been submitted. But if it's a series of correspondence, I'm just concerned that we may not have enough time to review it appropriately in an appropriate manner.
Okay, so Mr. Strain, you can go ahead with your comments, just noting that we won't have those actual documents as part of our review at this point.
That's fine. All right. DSP claims to have found the original paper documents for permit 2021060 RVNS, which included the application form, benchmark, survey, and complete plan set. DSP explains the missing architectural plans by suggesting that the application was uploaded in Llama while the DSP kept the entire paper records. DSP's explanations are not credible. Contrary to DSP's claims, DSP was accepting applications on Llama on March 5th, 2020. Its own internal memo on procedures for reintroduction of Llama dated February 26, 2020, show that the DSP was taking applications in Llama at that time. The memo stated, quote, as previously discussed, we are ready to begin taking permits and licenses directly into Llama, unquote. DSP emails during March 2020 show that Llama was accepting applications directly in February 2020. One architectural firm submitted a transmittal sheet on March 10th, 2020, indicating that an application was filed on February 12th, 2020. Kindle's email dated March 5th, 2020 shows that the Llama system was accepting applications. Kindle instructed applicants that, quote, if you are responding to review comments for an application in Llama, responses to review the comments can be emailed, unquote. The permit application for 761214 berth is number 2021060 and therefore should have been an application in Llama. Even if the DSP was accepting only paper files at the time and uploaded only the application form but not the complete set of plans, the allegedly original paper application is clearly not the same application that was loaded onto the city's one-stop app. In fact, an electronic copy of the original paper application is nowhere to be found on the one-stop app. A comparison of the paper applications and the one-stop applications show the following discrepancies. The original application number in the original paper application contained a mistake not present in the one-stop application. The handwritten lines at the bottom of the two copies and the signatures were placed differently. If DSP was scanning and uploading paper applications on March 5th, 2020, as it claims now, the copy on the one-stop app had to be identical to the original paper application, which the DSP had allegedly uploaded into Llama. The benchmark certificate in the alleged original paper file is also different from the one on the one-stop app copy. In addition, the one-stop app application had a contractor's estimate and a soil bearing test report, both of which are missing from the original paper files. These discrepancies shows that the original document file was not filed on March 5th, 2020. Rather, the one-stop application was filed on March 5th, 2020 and uploaded into the one-stop app. The original paper files contain only the application number without a DSP date notation anywhere. DSP internal memo instructed staff to write down the date and permit number on each file. Without a DSP date notation, it is impossible to tell when the DSP actually received the paper documents. Instead of providing a sworn statement from the permit analyst, C.H. Jackson, DSP relies on a screenshot showing that the permit analyst indicated the electronically stamped architectural drawings were submitted next to the date March 5th, 2020. The screenshot is pure hearsay and therefore no proof that the permit analyst actually entered the information on March 5th, 2020. The screenshot is weak evidence because the DSP had access to Llama and the screenshot, if it existed, at the January 11th hearing, but failed to produce it at that time. The screenshot is also directly undermined by the print summary on OneStop. The first entry in the print summary indicates that a complete set of digital plans was missing for this application. In addition to DSP's failure to provide any sworn statements to support its assertions, Amicus's own architect, Seth Welty, failed to submit any proof that he or his staff filed a set of complete architectural plans on March 5th, 2020. As a licensed architect and a professional of record, it is not believable that Welty did not have any proof of submission on March 5th, 2020. He could have shown a transmittal showing precisely what documents were filed on March 5th, 2020. He should have kept a record of when the architectural plans were completed and submitted for permitting. Welty was the applicant and his Louisiana seal was on the architectural plans. DSP tried to rely on Welty's unsworn statement in an email to support its assertion that Amicus submitted the plans and permit on March 5th, 2020. The statement is ambiguous because only Welty knew which plans he was referring to. The statement was pure hearsay and has no evidentiary value. Amicus's attorney's failure to produce a statement under oath from Welty or his staff shows that Amicus has no proof of such submissions. Finally, DSP still fails to explain why contemporaneous email communications from DSP show that all DSP employees involved with the Amicus project did not have a complete set of plans as of April 3rd, 2020. Why did Kindle believe on April 3rd, 2020 that only a one-page plan was filed in the Amicus original application on March 5th, 2020?
Okay.
DSP
That's the end of your time.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Katie Swartout here on behalf of Amicus. What we have here is my client timely submitting a full application per the requirements, what they were told by the city. They hand delivered the full application. It was delivered and submitted before the IZD went into effect. My client has said so. Their architect has said so. The city has said so. All parties involved directly with this, with personal knowledge, have said so. And it's all in there, and therefore the permit should be upheld. The appeal should be denied. There are a lot of accusations that just got flung, many of which are new. I'm not sure if Mr. Strain is aware. We don't get to see his supplemental comments or any of these attachments until the public records come out. So we have that same cutoff date. So what started off as an appeal saying, you know, XYZ, this doesn't, first he was saying, you know, it was the same day and it's 24 hours for the IZD to go into effect. We all know that now that that's not true. It's as soon as it's voted in, and this application was submitted prior to the IZD going into effect. But to change the arguments now and add extra allegations, and this has already been deferred once specifically so the city could go back, find the original application and add it into this record. And they have done so. They've asserted that the full application was timely submitted, and that should be the end of the story here. Also, just so everyone listening knows, when you do apply for a permit on paper, you don't get any receipts saying, here's everything you did. You don't get a transmittal form. You just get that tracking number, the same one that's in the top right corner of all of these documents, and that's what you go home with. So unfortunately, in this type of situation, all we have is the word of my clients and the city, the only people involved in this, saying that it was timely submitted. I think that's everything I have to say on my end, unless you have additional questions. But again, you know, we're playing by the rules. We did what the city told us to do. This has already been deferred once to locate the evidence. The evidence has been located and submitted, and therefore the appeal should be denied and the building permit should be allowed to move forward as originally permitted.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from board members? Seeing none, we can go to the next item.
Okay, we will now begin with new business for variances. The next item is item number 3, BZA docket 008, for a property located at 1930 Parker Street. Catherine Harmon is signed up to speak on behalf of this application. And following the staff presentation, the applicant will have 5 minutes to present. This is a request for a variance from the provisions of Article 9, Section 9.3a, Table 9-2 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit the construction of a 2-family residence with insufficient lot depth. The staff believes that the requested waiver fails to meet 5 of the 9 criteria of the standards of variance of Article 4. I'm sorry, that should be 6 of the 9. Literal interpretation of the ordinance will not deprive the applicants of rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the district. Special circumstances were caused by the applicant. The variance will confer on the applicant's special privileges. Granting the variance will alter the essential character of the locality. The property regulations will not result in a demonstrable hardship, and the change is exclusively for the convenience and profit of the owner. Therefore, the staff recommends denial of the requested variance. Catherine Harmon is signed up to speak on behalf of the application, and you now have 5 minutes.
Thank you. As you know, this is an application to put a double house back where a double previously existed until July 2020, when my clients demolished it through the regular city process, the NCDC process of demolition. They were not aware at the time, I was not involved with the demolition application. They were not aware that it was not just they weren't able to just put a double back without a variance. So here we are. You know, I'm personally familiar with the neighborhood. It's a lot of doubles, as your very thorough staff report says. It's greater than half of the properties are doubles in the area. And insufficient lot depth, 64, we need 90. Obviously, you can see that in the report. We just feel like putting a double back where a double was is not a lot to ask. And their plan is to either rent out the 2 apartments or perhaps sell the whole building. Someone could live in one half and rent the other half out, whether it be a short-term rental or whether it be long-term rental, or, you know, just adding 2 families to the neighborhood where currently a blighted vacant lot exists and previously a blighted building exists. So I just see no negative in granting this variance for a double to exist where a double once did exist. You know, adding families that support the local businesses, etc., and getting rid of a blighted vacant lot. That's pretty much all I have to say. You can see the drawings in your packet.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from board members? See, we're hearing none. We can go to the next item.
Okay, the next item is item number 4, BZA docket 009221 for the property located at 84 Maryland Drive. We have Catherine Harmon also signed up to speak on behalf of this application. Following the staff presentation, the applicant will again have 5 minutes to present. Robin?
Yes, BZA 00921 is a request for a variance from the provisions of Article 21, Section 21(6)(a)(7) of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit construction of a detached garage with insufficient setback from the interior side lot line. The subject property, located at 84 Maryland Drive, is a rectangular interior lot with Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't quite sure. Subject property is a rectangular interior lot in the Country Club Gardens neighborhood in Lakewood South, where it features 62 feet of frontage along Maryland Drive and a depth of 86 feet. The applicant proposes construction of a 1-car garage to replace the existing garage, of which the foundation has failed. The existing garage is situated approximately 6 inches from the side property boundary, and the proposed garage will occupy roughly the same footprint as the existing, but is to be built to the side property boundary in lieu of the required minimum side yard setback of 3 feet for accessory buildings in order for its entrance to properly align with the existing driveway. The predominant historic development pattern in the subject's post-World War II neighborhood featured garages or other accessory buildings built to the side property boundaries, in other words, a 0 setback. A survey of 252 lots located near the subject property and likewise zoned SLRS3 found that 84 contained accessory buildings, and 98% of those accessory buildings were built closer than 3 feet from the side or rear property boundaries. It should also be noted that because the proposed garage's functionality depends upon its alignment with the existing driveway, the driveway itself cannot be relocated. Therefore, the 0-foot setback is as necessary in this case as it is common among existing properties. A functional garage is not a special privilege in zoning districts that permit garages. Therefore, granting the variance to accommodate construction of the proposed garage would not confer any special privilege on the applicant. The staff finds that the requested variance meets all 9 of the 9 criteria for approval as put forth in the CZO at Article 4, Section 4(6)(f), and thus recommends approval of BZA docket 00921, subject to 4 provisos.
Okay, it looks like I had the wrong name on here. Is it Liz Gullett?
Yes,
Okay, all right. I apologize for that.
that's okay.
Are you gonna have 5 minutes to present?
Okay. I'd just like to express my agreement with the staff recommendation for approval, as well as mine and my client's agreement to the 4 proposed and recommended provisos. If we were required to comply with the 3-foot setback, this garage would be rendered non-functional, as was just briefly described. We are, the existing garage is on the side property line. It's also, well, it's within 3 to 6 inches. It's also very near the rear property line, in which we're proposing to improve that setback. We meet all 9 criteria, and I just request that this waiver be approved, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from board members? Seeing and hearing none, we can go to the next item.
Okay. All right, the next item is item number 5, BZA docket 010-21 for the property located at 939 Orleans Avenue. As a reminder, following the staff presentation, the applicant will have 5 minutes to present. We have Micah Laurentio signed up to speak on behalf of this application.
No, and I'm worried about getting home on time too.
Valerie, can you go ahead and do the other? Valerie, can you go ahead and
Yeah,
mute
except one.
Liz?
Okay, thank you. Travis, you ready?
BZA docket 010-2021 is a variance from the provisions of Article 21, Section 21(6)(e)(1) of the CZO to permit the construction of a swimming pool with insufficient setback from the interior side lot line. The property is currently developed with a 1-story single-family dwelling in the French Quarter. The applicant is proposing to construct a swimming pool in the side yard on the Dauphine Street side of the lot. The pool would measure 33 feet long and 8 feet wide. Swimming pools are permitted to locate only within a required rear or interior side yard and must be 4 feet from any lot line. The applicant is proposing that the swimming pool be located only 1 foot from the property line and is thus requesting a variance from the provisions of Article 21(6)(e)(1) of the CZO. Based on this report, the staff believes that the requested variance fails to meet 4 of the 9 criteria of the CZO, and staff recommends denial of the requested variance.
Okay, is the applicant, is Michael, is it Laurentio? Oh, there you are. All right, unmute your microphone.
Thank you.
All right, you now have 5 minutes to present.
Yeah, I appreciate everyone's consideration in this. Unfortunately, in the French Quarter, we don't meet a lot of the CZO since it was put in well after these properties were built. I'm also on a corner lot, which directly impacts the available space that I have to build. The Department of I can't remember at the moment, said that we had 100% buildable lot because we don't have any setbacks in the French Quarter. I also attached about 12 pools that are in the French Quarter that all are between 1 and 2 foot from the property line. And I constructed the fence that's on the property line, and I have letters from direct neighbors that are in support of the pool despite the staff's recommendation. I'm not impacting anyone's egress or ingress. There's about a 5-foot pathway between my fence and the property adjacent. But so what we're trying to do is put a pool in and have a walkable path on the side of the house. We don't want to install the pool directly on the foundation because that would impact the historic structure more than putting the pool along the fence. So I would appreciate your consideration on the variance, and I feel free to ask any questions or anything else that I can about the property.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from board members? Seeing none, we can go to the next item.
Okay, the next item is item number 6, BZA docket 01121 for a property located at 7412 Canal Boulevard. As a reminder, following the staff presentation, the applicant will have 5 minutes to present. We have Daniel or Kay Larson signed up to speak on behalf of this application. Haley. Okay. BZA docket 011-21 is a request to permit a circular drive in the required minimum front yard for a property located at 7412 Canal Boulevard. This site is currently being developed with a single-family residence with an attached garage. The subject for this request is an addition of the circular drive that provides parking in a non-compliant location within the required front yard. Article 22, Section 2211B1A does not allow the parking space that is within the circular drive to be located within the required front yard. The subject site is required to provide 20-foot front yard and the parking pad only set back 7 feet 6 inches. Within the nearby area, there are a total of 85 properties, not including the subject property. These properties are comparable to the subject property in that they are developed with a single-family residence. They are developed with single-family residences and are similarly sized in the subject property that measure 70 feet in width and 111 feet in depth. The properties feature larger front yard setbacks that are characteristic of suburban neighborhood residential areas. Most properties provide on-site parking within compliant locations, either within the side yards or within the attached garages. Only 2 of the 85 properties surveyed have circular drives. Both appear to have parking spaces within the required front yard. Based on this report, the staff believes that the request fails to meet 7 of the 9 criteria of the standards of variances, in that there are no special circumstances which are peculiar to the land. Literal interpretation of the ordinance will not deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the district. The special circumstances were caused by the applicant. The variance will confer on the applicant special privileges. Granting the variance will alter the essential character of the locality. The property regulations will not result in a demonstrable hardship, and the change is exclusively for the convenience and profit of the owner. Therefore, the staff recommends denial of the requested variance. Daniel or Kay Larson is signed up to speak on behalf of this application. You now have 5 minutes to present.
Hi, I would just like to say that due to our neighborhood rules, we're not supposed to consistently park on the street, and I don't have adequate space to park without the circular driveway on my property. So, and there is another house on the block with a similar circular driveway. So I guess I disagree that it would be inconsistent with the houses that are already on my block. And that's really all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from board members? Seeing none, we can go to the next item.
Okay, the next item is item number 7, BZA docket 01221 for a property located at 1900 Charbonnet Street. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. As a reminder, following the staff presentation, the applicant will have 5 minutes to present. We have Lynette Gordon signed up to speak on behalf of this application. Sabine.
Good morning. BZA 1221, this is a request for property at 1900 Charbonnet Street for a variance from the provisions of Article 22, Section 2211B1 of the CZO to permit a 2-family residence with more than 1 curb cut. The applicant is proposing 2 curb cuts to provide access to 2 off-street parking spaces. This is a corner lot on which a 2-family dwelling is currently being built, with 1 unit's entrance located towards the front and the other unit's entrance in the rear of the structure. The applicant proposes to have 1 off-street parking and curb cut in the front and 1 in the back for the rear unit. Based on this report, the staff believes that the requested variance fails to meet 7 of the 9 criteria, in that there are no special circumstances which are peculiar to the land. Literal interpretation of the ordinance will not deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the district. The special circumstances were caused by the applicant. The variance will confer on the applicant special privileges. Granting the variance will alter the essential character of the locality. The property regulations will not result in a demonstrable hardship, and the change is exclusively for the convenience and profit of the owner. Therefore, the staff recommends denial of the requested variance.
Okay, we have Lynette Gordon signed up to speak on behalf of the application. Are you on the call? Is that Lynette Gordon?
It doesn't appear that Lynette is actually on the call.
Okay.
You all hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. She had received the link and responded this morning, but she has not yet logged into the meeting.
Okay.
So if we want to defer this item to later in the meeting. And Sabine, had you heard from her? Had you given her a call at all?
I've had communication with her last week before we sent out the staff reports. So I know they are aware of the meeting, but I haven't talked to her since, I guess it was Wednesday when we sent out the reports.
If she decides to log on later, we can take her comment when we come back from the public comment period. It's fine to do that if she comes late.
Thanks, Missy. I was going to ask that question. I don't know, staff, if between now and that portion, if you're able to see if you can maybe try to connect with her to see if she's able to come on.
I'm going to try to do that.
Thank you. We can move to the next item.
Okay. All right. The next item is item number 8, BZA docket 01321 for a property located at 1407 Bordeaux Street. As a reminder, following the staff presentation, the applicant will have 5 minutes to present. Nicole Weber is signed up to speak on behalf of this application. Kelly?
Hi, good morning. The next item is BZA docket 1321 for a property located at 1407 Bordeaux Street. This request is from provisions of Article 11, Section 11.3.8.1, Table 11.2A of the rear yard setback to permit an addition to an existing single-family residence resulting in an insufficient rear yard setback in an HURD2 two-family residential district. Article 11, 11.3.A1 requires the rear yard setback of residences to either be 20% of the lot depth or 15 feet, whichever is less. In this instance, the rear yard setback is required to be 15 feet. The applicant is proposing a rear yard setback of 12 feet, 9.5 inches, and is requesting a waiver of 2 feet, 2.5 inches. Based on this report, the staff believes the requested variance fails to meet 6 of the 9 criteria of the standards of the variance of Article 4, Section 4.6F of the CZO, in that there are no special circumstances which are peculiar to the land. Literal interpretation of the ordinance will not deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the district. The special circumstances were caused by the applicant, and the variance will confer on the applicant special privileges. The property regulations will not result in a demonstrable hardship, and the change is exclusively for the convenience of the profit of the owner. Therefore, the staff recommends denial of the requested variance. That's the end of my presentation.
Okay, Nicole Weber, you now have 5 minutes to present.
Good morning, everyone. Can you all hear me? I have a ambulance in the background, so I apologize if it's a little loud. They'll be passing in a second. So in response to the staff's recommendation, what we did was view the property based off of that immediate block. In the report on page 27, you can see that there is a rundown of just that block. Our client's property is located at the corner of Bordeaux and Prytania. Their address is Bordeaux. For all intents and purposes, the function for several decades as far back as we could go in researching this property, the frontage has been on Bordeaux. However, the regulations require that the frontage should be on Britannia. So this property is legal non-conforming. It doesn't encroach into any of the other setbacks. Our client is simply asking to be able to build just like the other properties on the same block in order to expand their home. And that would still be within or not beyond the neighbors' rear yards. And as you can see along Britannia, as well as Pitt and on Balance, all those properties are non-compliant in terms of the current regulations for the 15-foot rear yard setback. So our client is asking to fall in line because of the special circumstances around where the front of the home is located versus what the code says the front of the home should be located. Obviously, this has been in existence for many decades. So we do disagree with the staff's recommendation, obviously, and it's based off of these special conditions that a hardship would be caused if our client could not add onto the property, which would remain in the same development pattern as the rest of the block. I think that's it.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from board members? Seeing none, we can go to the next item.
Okay, the next item is item number 9, BZA docket 014 for a property located at 4113 Drummondville Street. As a reminder, following the staff presentation, the applicant will have 5 minutes to present. Leroy Third is signed up to speak on behalf of this application. Rachel.
BZA 1421 is for a variance from the provisions of Article 13, Section 13.3.8.1, Table 13.2 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit the construction of a single-family residence with insufficient lot area and insufficient lot width. Article 13, Section 13.3.8.1, Table 13.2 requires a minimum lot area of 4,400 square feet per dwelling in the SRD Suburban Two-Family Residential District. The applicant is providing 3,840 square feet per dwelling and is seeking a waiver of 560 square feet per dwelling unit. Article 13, Section 13.3.8.1, Table 13.2 requires a lot width of 40 feet for single-family residences. The applicant is providing 32 feet of lot width and is seeking a waiver for 8 feet. Article 25, Section 25.5 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance provides relief for individual lots that are insufficient in lot width, depth, or area by permitting the construction of a single-family residence without requiring a variance. However, because the adjacent lot is owned by the same entity, the subject lot is not eligible for the relief found in Article 25 and must seek variances for its deficiencies. The staff believes the request does satisfy the 9 criteria as they pertain to their requested variances. Therefore, the staff recommends approval of the requested variances subject to 3 provisos.
Is the applicant on the call?
Yes.
Leroy Third? Okay. Hold on just a moment. I can get my timer up. All right, you now have 5 minutes to present.
Yes, so based off of the information that Rachel provided, I guess just a little background. When we initially purchased these lots, we didn't know that a single entity, I guess, occupied both lots. It was a church prior, and that occupied both lots. We didn't know that. So I guess based off of the CZO's rules, because the church occupied both lots, we weren't able to separate them. But if we knew that prior to going in, that church was actually demolished 3 years after Katrina. So there was no way for us to know that one entity occupied both lots. So and if we aren't granted this variance, it would also cost a financial hardship. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Are there any questions from board members?
Just real quick note, traditionally, trying to use the financial hardship actually plays more against you from a point of application. So just something to be aware of with the process. So, but we'll probably revisit this later in the agenda.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, next item.
The next item is item number 10, BZA docket 0501521 for a property located at 937 Henry Clay. As a reminder, following the staff presentation, the applicant will have 5 minutes to present. We have Randy Apatowaski signed up to speak on behalf of this application. Emily?
Thank you. Can you all hear me now? I know we had some trouble before. Perfect. This is a request for a variance from the provisions of Article 22, Section 2211B3 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit a curb cut over the critical root zone of the tree. The subject curb cut was previously permitted under permit number 20-38467RDRD. However, following the submittal of the decision appeal application that challenged the issuance of this permit, the Department of Safety and Permits further evaluated the permit and ultimately revoked it on December 17, 2020. At issue was the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance's express prohibition of curb cuts within a tree's critical root zone, which is at odds with the Department of Parks and Parkways practice of allowing curb cuts where satisfactory mitigation efforts to protect the tree are provided. As the applicants have already begun the work that the city previously approved, including tree preservation, such as air spading, root cutting, and fertilizing, driveway installation, driveway apron excavation, and curb cutting, this request is considered a detrimental reliance. The staff believes the requested variance fails to meet standard 7 of the standards for variance of Article 4, Section 4.6.8F of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, and that the variance is based exclusively upon a desire to serve the convenience or profit of the property owner. However, because this is a detrimental reliance case and the applicant relied upon the permit as issued by the Department of Safety and Permits in the partial construction of the proposed curb cut and driveway, the staff recommends approval of the requested variance of Article 22, Section 2211B3, subject to one proviso.
Okay, is Randy Apatowaski signed up? Is he available? Is he on the call? I don't see him. Oh, there you are. Okay. All right, you have 5 minutes to present.
Thank you. My name's Randy Apatowaski. I'm with the Stieg Law Firm, and I'm here today representing Dr. Stephen Young and Carolyn Young, who are the applicants in this case and live at 937 Henry Clay. Dr. Young is a liver transplant surgeon who moved to New Orleans a little over a year ago to work and raise his family and his 3 daughters, and they moved to 937 Henry Clay Avenue. Thinking that they were doing everything right, they applied for permits with the Department of Public Works and with the Parks and Parkway in order to do a driveway curb at 937 Henry Clay Avenue. They had almost completed 90% of the work when the next door neighbor called the Safety and Permits and a stop work order was issued because their critical root zone did not comply with CZO Article 2211B3. And as staff has pointed out in their report, there's very few houses uptown that would ever comply with the critical root zone because lots in uptown New Orleans, as well as lots of other places in New Orleans, are not 100 feet wide or an acre wide. They're 30 feet and 40 feet and 25 feet. So notwithstanding their thinking that they had done everything correctly, they had gotten a Bayou Tree Service to come out and analyze the tree. They did everything that Bayou Tree asked them to do. They saved the tree, as a matter of fact, because of the analysis by Bayou Tree. They then began the installation of the driveway and were 90% complete when all of a sudden the stop work order was issued. And as the staff has reported, 8 out of the 9 criteria are satisfied. And whether it's a detrimental reliance, it's really a hardship because they've done all of this work. And the one exception is convenience, which we dispute. We believe that putting a driveway at the rear of the house isn't just a convenience, it's almost impossible and would do more damage to the property and the fabric of the neighborhood than anything else. And I have 3 photos that I'd like to introduce into the record that we didn't have time to submit. And they basically show the rear of the property. So the first thing that would have to come down is this beautiful brick wall and gate. Then there are 2 trees that would have to come down. They couldn't be saved because they'd be in the right of way of the new parking at the rear. And their 3 daughters would have little or no room left in order to be able to play in the backyard. And one other issue that doesn't seem to be one of the provisos, and this isn't the time to discuss adding another proviso, but paramount for all of us who live and work in New Orleans is safety and security. And there's so much more safety and security if you have a driveway, if you have a gate, if you're somewhat protected. In addition, Mrs. Young has an autoimmune deficiency, and it is much more of a burden on her if she can unload and load 3 kids from a driveway instead of on the street. So what we propose is that the staff recommendation be adopted and that the variance be granted. Thank you. I would move to have these 3 photos added into the record.
All right, thank you, Andy. Any questions from board members? Okay, I know that he's asking if we want to suspend the rules to accept those images. Well, does anybody want to entertain a motion at this time, or do we want to hold off until later in the agenda? Okay, hearing no comment. To the next, Randy will revisit it later into the agenda.
Understood.
Valerie, next item.
Okay. Item number 11. Item number 11-01621 was withdrawn. We will begin with the new business for safety and permit decision appeals. The next item is item number 12, BZA docket 01721, and that's for a property located at 3 Flamingo Street. Jessica Davison is signed up to speak on behalf of this application. Following the safety and permit staff presentation, the applicant will have 5 minutes to present. BZA docket 01721 is an appeal of the decision of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits regarding the determination that swimming pools are prohibited in front and corner side yards and prohibited in the buildable area between the principal structure and the front corner side yards. Memorandum Z-2003. The Department of Safety and Permits, you now have the opportunity to present.
Hello, this is Nick Kindle, the zoning administrator with the Department of Safety and Permits. Relative to 3 Flamingo Street, the applicant's appeal alleges an error in the decision of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits as per Article 4, Section 4.8 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance regarding the determination that swimming pools are prohibited in the front and corner side yards and prohibited in the buildable area between the principal structure and the front and corner side yards per zoning memorandum Z-2003. On October 21st, 2020, the applicant applied for a pool permit to install an in-ground pool. The proposed location of the pool is in the buildable area between the required front yard adjacent to Geranium Lane and the house. During the course of the permit review, the Department of Safety and Permits determined that the proposed pool was not in a permitted location. The pool is proposed in the buildable area between the front and the corner side yards and the principal structure, which is not a permitted location for a swimming pool. While accessory structures such as swimming pools are generally allowed in any portion of the buildable area, CZO section 21.6A5 does outline circumstances where certain types of accessory structures are not allowed to locate in certain portions of the buildable area. There will be language that states that the accessory structure is permitted to locate in certain yards, which also includes the buildable area between the principal structure and that required yard area. And so the citation is as follows. Accessory structures are permitted within the buildable area unless specifically prohibited by this section. In such case, the limitation will be indicated by language that states permitted to locate only in or similar language, and a designation of the permitted yard or yards. When such location restrictions is indicated, the yard includes the area between the principal building wall located parallel to such yard and the lot line, which includes the minimum required yard area. The regulations for swimming pools in CZO section 21.6 EE1 states that swimming pools are permitted to be located only within the required rear and interior side yards. Since the swimming pool regulations use similar language to the permitted to locate only in language in section 21.6A5, that the department interprets this to mean that swimming pools are allowed within the required rear and interior side yards, which includes the buildable area between the required rear and interior side yards and the principal structures. Swimming pools are prohibited to locate in the front and corner side yards and prohibited in the buildable area between the principal structure and the front and corner side yards. In the case of the proposed pool at 3 Flamingo Street, the proposed pool is in the buildable area between the principal structure and the front yard, which is a prohibited location for a swimming pool. On December 15th, 2020, the Department of Safety and Permits issued zoning interpretation memo Z2003 to clarify this reading of the CZO. Memorandum Z2003 covers swimming pools as well as other types of accessory structures where there's similar language to permitted to locate only in, such as apiaries, mechanical equipment, and other accessory uses. The Department of Safety and Permits issued zoning memo 2003 in part because the zoning division has not always applied CZO section 21.6.A.5 correctly. The department has previously issued swimming pools that are in locations between the required front yard and the principal structures, including many in the Lake Vista neighborhood where this permit was applied for. It was during the course of the review of this pool permit that the department staff read CZO section 21.6.A5 and 21.6 EE1 together and realized that the department's prior application of these regulations were not correct and issued zoning memo Z2003 to clarify the regulations in section 21.6A5 and to apply these regulations correctly moving forward. The department does admit that the department has recently issued permits for swimming pools in the neighborhood in similar locations to what is proposed at 3 Flamingo Street. However, the argument that the denial of this permit is denying something that's commonly enjoyed by neighbors is an argument that's better suited for a variance than a decision appeal. The decision appeal standard is if the department erred in its decision. The department contends that memo Z2003 is the correct application of section 21.6A5 and that swimming pools are prohibited in between the required front yard and the principal structure as proposed at 3 Flamingo Street. Therefore, the department's determination in this matter should be upheld. And that completes my presentation.
Okay, we have Jessica Davidson signed up to speak on behalf of this application. Are you on the call?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Good morning, and thank you for allowing us to speak with you today. We are here to appeal the decision to deny a permit for the construction of a pool on the lane side of our home. What Nick cited is that we do understand that section 21.6 EE.1 of the CZO states that pools are permitted in the rear or interior yard. But this particular ordinance does not state that a pool cannot be built within a buildable area. He's also cited that this Office of Permitting has taken it a step further under section 21.6.A5, which attempts to take away our right to build within our buildable area and redefines our front yard as our entire buildable area from our house to the property line, which contradicts the definition of the front yard as defined by the CZO. The CZO definition of our front yard is the required minimum distance a principal building shall be located from a front lot line, which is 20 feet according to our zoning district. There is not an exception in that definition listed in the CZO code that expands it to encompass a larger area when it's for the purposes of enforcing another regulation. What's so unique about our situation is that Lake Vista may be one of the only neighborhoods in the city of New Orleans that was established where the front yard faces the lane and the rear yard faces the street. However, many of the newer constructions have been built in this neighborhood where the rear yard faces the lane, including our house, which was built 11 years ago and permitted with the rear of the house facing the lane. The permitting office's exact words to us when we were going through this process was, "You are the example. We previously misinterpreted all the regulations and issued permits to pools in the same area as yours on the lanes and parks when we should not have." And then the new zoning interpretation memo was circulated on December 15th. We have 6 houses on our street alone with pools on the lane side in the exact same location where we want to place our pool. We're not asking for anything that has not already been granted. It's my understanding that this CZO code was last modified in 2015. So we believe that there's an argument that the city could have potentially abandoned this particular regulation in pursuant to the Lake Vista area by operation of law, because the evidence is of all the pools in the area that have been constructed since 2015. When we started this process, we had told our young girls, you know, we're going to get a pool in our backyard. This is going to be great. They were so excited. And now we've had to explain to them, well, you know, we might not be able to have what our neighbors have. And they can't understand why. And honestly, neither can we. So we are asking if you all would reconsider and issue the permit for the pool in our buildable area on the lane side of our house. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from board members?
I'm gonna wait till we get past public comment.
Okay.
I have quite a few questions on this one.
Okay. Seeing none, we can go to the next item.
Next items are 13, 14, 15, and 16. BZA dockets 01821, 01921, 02021, and 02121 for a property located at 1321 Calhoun Street. The board may wish to present a motion to consolidate these items.
Just to be clear, multiple applications related to the same property, just by different people?
Correct.
Okay.
You can consolidate all of these because safety and permits has only presented one report, and then we can allow each of the applicants to have applicant time periods to speak on the item, but that way we only have to read the report once and have it all in one full swoop.
Got it. Okay. I was going to ask that too, how it would handle the applicants. So thanks for that. Is there a motion?
Just give me 1 second. I'm trying to pull up the agenda to make sure I have all of the correct numbers.
Sure.
Madam Chair, for motions in order to consolidate BZA docket 018-21, 019-21, 020-21, and 021-21. Todd James, sorry.
Alfonso, second.
It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Gonzalez to consolidate BZA dockets 018-21, 019-21, 020-21, and 021-21. Roll vote. Todd James.
Yes.
Tamar Eggins.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
Matthew Rufo.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest, yes. 7 yeas, no nays. The motion carries.
Okay. We have 4 speakers signed up to speak on behalf of these 4 applications. John Sayer for BZA 01821, Donna Young for BZA 01921, Louis Kiefer for BZA 02021, and Christy Trill for BZA 02121. We also have Bob Ellis signed up to speak on behalf of the property owner. Following the safety and permit staff presentation, the applicant and the property owner's representative will each have 5 minutes to present. BZA dockets 01821, 01921, 02021, and 02121 appeal a decision of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits regarding the determination that the subject property has attained legal non-conforming status for a second principal structure. The Department of Safety and Permits now has the opportunity to present.
Thank you. I'm Ashley Becknell. I'm the Chief Zoning Official. I'm here to present the Department of Safety and Permits summary of these 4 BZA appeals, all of which appeal the determination that the subject property at 1321 Calhoun Street has attained legal non-conforming status for a second principal structure. So the Department of Safety and Permits did not err when it determined that the owners of the property at 1321 Calhoun had proven that a second principal structure existed on the property. The owners of 1321 Calhoun submitted an application to the department regarding a determination of non-conforming use for a second dwelling unit on the property on or around December 4th, 2019. After review of the evidence available, the department determined that the property had not attained legal non-conforming status as a second principal structure for one reason: a lack of evidence that the rear structure included a full dwelling unit with culinary facilities. This decision turned on the fact that photos did not depict an oven in the kitchen of the second dwelling unit. Because dwelling units are required by the CZO to have permanent provisions for cooking, this fact proved fatal to the owner's request for consideration as a second principal structure. Subsequently, the owners of 1321 Calhoun asked the department to reevaluate its determination. In the intervening time, the department issued Zoning Interpretation Memorandum Z-2002. That memorandum expanded the types of evidence that the department could use to determine whether something had previously been used as a dwelling unit. It states, "It is the interpretation of this department that permanent provisions for cooking, as described in CZO 26.3, shall include any permanent provision for cooking capabilities, including but not limited to the presence of operational gas lines to the kitchen area of the alleged dwelling unit, or the inclusion of an oven or range. In certain cases, the presence of a range outlet in the kitchen may be sufficient to show that permanent provisions for cooking were present, but those cases will be determined individually based on the facts presented. This could include if they are able to document that someone was living in the alleged dwelling unit." Under this memorandum, the department reconsidered the applicant's request to confirm the presence of a second principal structure on the site. Based on the following evidence, the department determined this time that the evidence showed that there was, in fact, a second principal structure on the property and verified same. Number 1, an affidavit from the property owner stating that the second structure had been used as a dwelling unit since the 1960s, that she had personally lived in the unit in the 1970s, and that the unit has had a gas stove since its conversion to residential use. 2, a log showing received rent payments. 3, copies of mail and utility bills. And 4, insurance documentation showing repairs to the rear structure, including repairs to the gas line to the kitchen. The documentation shows that the rear structure has had gas service to the kitchen area for several years. Two-family dwelling use is a permitted use in the HURD2 zoning district. However, there may not be two principal structures on the property, i.e. two separate structures, each containing a separate dwelling unit, unless certain requirements are met. Those requirements are articulated in CZO 21.4.A.4. In the HURD1 and HURD2 districts, more than one principal building may be permitted on a lot of record, provided that historical authentication can verify the historical existence of more than one principal building on such lot, and provided further that such information can be properly documented to the Department of Safety and Permits, and, when applicable, the Historic District Landmarks Commission. All such buildings and appurtenances require the approval of the Department of Safety and Permits, and, when applicable, the Historic District's Landmark Commission. The Department of Safety and Permits has verified the historical existence of a second principal building on this lot as detailed above, and therefore its ongoing use as a two-family dwelling with two principal structures is permitted. The department would like to address several specific arguments raised in the appeals. Ms. Edmonds argues that because this is a non-conforming use determination, the owner must furnish a notarized affidavit indicating that the property has not been vacant for a period of 6 months or longer. The department agrees that this is critical evidence for non-conforming uses, which are abandoned after 6 months of non-use. This determination is that the property has historically authenticated the presence of more than one principal structure on the lot. Abandonment is not an issue in these cases, and therefore this affidavit is not necessary. Similarly, Mr. and Mrs. Sayre argue that the nonconformity has been abandoned since the structure has been vacant. As explained above, abandonment is not relevant to the determination of whether a second structure on a lot has attained status as a second principal structure. Many parties argue that the structure has been permissibly enlarged. The department has placed a stop work order on the building in order to require the applicant to submit updated plans and to ensure that these plans are in accordance with the requirements for secondary principal structures. Under 21.4.A.2, each principal structure must comply with all yard and bulk requirements of the district as if it were a principal building on an individual lot. The department is working with the applicant to understand whether any structural nonconformities exist, such as the building having an insufficient setback, and to ensure that any renovation plans do not violate the CZO. The Audubon Area Zoning Association argues that the NCU determination of November 2020 was granted despite the objection of neighbors and without notice to neighbors. The text of the zoning ordinance directs the department to receive and review the documentation of historical existence of a second principal structure on the lot. This is not a legislative decision. Rather, it's an executive function of the Department of Safety and Permits in enforcing and interpreting the zoning ordinance. Similarly, notice of this decision in advance is not required. However, the decision was available, as are all decisions of this nature, on the One Stop app at onestopapp.nola.gov and through the city's Notice Me system for interested parties. The department understands that there are permitting issues with this project and for that reason has issued a stop work order and has not issued a revised renovation permit. These issues are raised by many applicants and the department takes them very seriously. As stated above, we are currently deeply examining the proposed scope of work related to the second principal structure to make sure it conforms with the zoning ordinance completely and that any aspects which do not comply must be removed or must be approved through the variance process. Given this, these appeals should be denied and the department's decision is appealed on the issue of whether the structure has been properly historically authenticated as a secondary primary structure should be upheld. Thank you.
Okay, John Sayre, are you on the call? John Sayre? Okay, do you want to, or do you want to?
Can you hear me?
Yes, okay, great. You have 5 minutes to present.
I want to say that my neighbor, Louis Kiefer, is one of the appellants, and he was having some technological issues, so he's here in my house, and he will present later, okay? So is this, I want to ask, is this recording being transcribed?
It is being recorded and the video will be available on the Granicus website, also on YouTube. It's not being transcribed word for word, but the video will be available to rewatch.
Okay, and protected, it'll be protected, correct? Okay. Okay, so.
I don't know what you mean by protected.
I don't know. I was
If you want to
told
use it
to ask
again,
that.
if you want to use it again.
Okay,
Yeah, it'll be available for records after this meeting. Yes, it'll be preserved on the city's Granicus website as well as YouTube.
for how long? How long?
I don't think we ever get rid of.
Okay,
Well, I don't think we ever get rid of them.
thank you very much. Okay, so I have two parts. The first part is I'm asking for a deferral. And so I'll tell you the reason. So I'm John Sayer, and I live at 1310 Henry Clay Avenue. I would like to request a deferral of this appeal to the next available meeting date. Our deadline to submit written materials was Monday, February 1st, 2021. On Wednesday, February 3rd, 2021, the Director of Safety and Permits submitted a BZA appeal summary report, which greatly expanded her written reasons to the department's November 10th, 2020 NCU determination letter and relied on a zoning interpretation memorandum Z2002, which was dated on November 30th, 2020, 20 days after her November 10th, 2020 NCU determination, which is subject to this appeal. The zoning interpretation memorandum was not of record at the time the department's NCU determination, and the department's February 3rd, 2021 written documents materially alter the department's original written decision and reasons. The narrative of safety and permits decision was changed, and the items supporting their decision came after the fact. In light of the appellant's arguments relating to the loss of non-conforming use, the Department of Safety and Permits conveniently admitted such designations in their response. As a result of the additional reasons and supporting documents delivered by the Director of Safety and Permits on February 3rd, 2021, the appealing parties did not have sufficient time to supply written responses to the record necessary to respond to the additional information provided by Safety and Permits. We deem supplementing our written responses in light of the information provided by Safety and Permits important in the event this matter would need to be further appealed to Civil District Court. As a result, we are requesting a deferment of this matter to allow the parties sufficient time to review the additional information provided by the Department of Safety and Permits and provide written responses as necessary. I believe this will provide for a clean record in the matter. I also believe the other appellants in the related appeal dockets will make a similar request in order to streamline the appeals of the NCU determination. That's it. That's it. So I have some talking points if my deferral is denied. So can you let me know if you will accept my request to defer this hearing till the next meeting, please?
You would put all of your comments on the record now. A decision on a deferral wouldn't occur until the point that we would make motions after all of your comments as well as any public comment.
So you would like me to read the rest of my work? So, okay, so, all right, so, okay. So if my deferral is denied, okay. So I would like to be clear on the record that we've requested a 30-day deferral for an extension, but that the board has declined such request. Sorry, that was written for me. I believe there is precedent for which the BZA has granted a deferral in similarly related matters. I object to procedural process in which the reconsideration by Ms. Jackson and the Department of Safety and Permits took place. The first denial of NCU was filed on January 2nd, 2020. The property owners had the right to appeal this NCU to the BZA pursuant to the procedures outlined in the comprehensive zoning ordinance within 45 days of the NCU determination. They chose not to file an appeal, at which point they could have challenged the NCU determination and properly provided any evidence on appeal. Instead, they waited until a new director of safety and permits was put in place and then requested a reconsideration. There is nothing in the CZO regarding reconsidering of an NCU determination. All the neighbors reasonably relied on the initial NCU determination and determined that after the appeal period ran, such determination was final. What took place between the owner and the Department of Safety and Permits was improper, behind closed doors, and completely outside the public process. Safety and Permits and the owners both were aware of the neighbors' concerns, yet tried to pass this matter through in the dark. We believe the first NCU determination is final, and the reconsideration falls outside of the clear procedures as provided for in the CZO. Despite multiple stop work orders, the owners have taken their shed down, removing or replacing almost every timber. It is no longer the structure which sought the NCU determination. As a result of doing this without proper permitting, the building is no longer a principal structure or any structure for that matter. As you can see from the pictures provided, the building has been completely changed. Nothing original is left. Over half the original building is gone. I have about another minute. Mr. Kiefer, well, okay, I'll just keep going until you turn, because this is important, I'm sorry. Over half the original building is gone.
Your time is up,
Valerie,
sir.
yeah.
And we have rules in place.
Follow Lewis with the rest of your.
I think Mr. Kiefer is going to give me a couple minutes at the end of his presentation. I can add it then if you'd like, or would you like me to finish now? It's up to you.
I think your time is ended, so we'll just move to the next applicant.
Okay, the next applicant is Donna Young. And she signed up to speak on behalf of BZA 01921. You now have 5 minutes to present.
Who's it?
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. I'm appearing as an attorney on behalf of Karen Edmonds, who resides immediately next door to the property at issue. And I believe.
Excuse me 1 second, Ms. Young. My apology. Valerie, thank you. Just wanted to make sure I muted Mrs. Sayre first. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. I'm just going to retouch on a few points Mr. Sayre had and just go forward. As I know, if you've read the materials, an NCU permit or an NCU determination was applied for by Mr. Kovaleski, who owns 1321 Calhoun Street. That was denied in January of 2020. Despite that denial, Mr. Kovaleski chose to continue building this accessory structure and in fact tore more than half of it down such that it no longer existed as a dwelling. As a result, the neighbors noticed that he was continually working on the accessory structure. There were 2 stop work orders issued, and my client actually had to file a temporary restraining order to stop him from continuing to be in violation of the denial. In the interim, as we all know, he's gone back to the Director of Safety and Permits and gotten them to reverse themselves. The evidence upon which they reversed the denial was based on the gas line information, like there was a gas line to the accessory structure, which was submitted. And if you look at the documentation that was submitted in that regard, the invoices submitted by the plumbing company showing that gas lines were put in were done in 2014. Well, unfortunately, since 2014, the entire structure has been torn down just about, and an entirely new structure has gone up. So the historical authentication, as indicated in the department summary report on page 2 at the bottom, it says the department has verified the historical existence of a second principal building on the lot as detailed above, and therefore its ongoing use as a 2-family dwelling is permitted. Well, there is no ongoing use because the building simply doesn't exist anymore. And I'd like to share my screen and show you things that have been submitted. It's nothing new. Just to show you, oh, it doesn't look like I can share a screen. Am I able to share a screen here or no? Okay. Well, then I'll hold it up. Maybe this will work. But this is what existed in 2014 before anything was done to it. And you can see this is from the assessor's website. It was in Mr. Sayre's application as Exhibit E. And that's what it looked like. Now, and this is in my application, Ms. Edmonds' application, this is from my client's yard. This is what exists now. And as you can see, it's completely new construction. It's got a second story added to it. And there's almost virtually nothing left of the initial structure. And this is also in the application. This is the first floor from 1321. It's complete new construction. It's got all the new timber and all the wood. Therefore, in defiance of the denial from January until November, when they got it re-urged and reversed, they continue to tear the structure down. Presumably there's no gas line to this structure because it doesn't exist anymore. They're building new. And therefore, because of that, sorry, I'm having issues with my camera. Because of that, it is no longer historical authenticated because it doesn't exist anymore. He chose to tear it down in defiance of the NCU determination in January of 2020, which denied non-conforming use. He hurried up and tried to do that despite several stop work orders, despite the limited permit he had to build this, to make repairs. In fact, the initial permit was to make emergency roof repairs because of termite damage and painting. And he said it was non-structural. Well, clearly from the pictures that you have in the record, it was completely structural. He's making a one bedroom, really efficiency dwelling that used to exist into a 3-bedroom, 2-bath facility that he said his family plans to live in. And we just think this is improper. We think the reversal was improper. And in fact, the reversal was made 20 days before an interpretation by the Department of Safety and Permits, which basically justifies the decision that was made 20 days prior. And so, my client's very upset. There's 2 huge windows looking over her property. It's too close to the property line, and it's clearly a new construction, and therefore it has lost all historical authentication. And we would request that our appeal be granted and that he be asked to tear down this structure, which is clearly new construction and is not authentic at all. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Were there any questions, or can we move to the next? Okay. The next speaker is Louis Kiefer on behalf of BZA 02021. You have 5 minutes. You're on mute.
Okay.
You have 5 minutes to present.
You can talk.
Go ahead and talk.
Mm-hmm.
All right, my name is Louis Kiefer, and I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to the Board of Zoning adjustments this morning. And I live at 1316 Henry Clay Avenue. I've lived at that address since January 1997. The rear of my property butts up against the rear of the property at 1321 Calhoun Street. There is a shed at the rear of the building on Calhoun Street, which was a 1-story weatherboard building with a tin roof and a window overlooking my driveway when I moved into the property in 1997. Around October 2019, on a Sunday evening, after talking to my neighbor and his wife, John Mississippi Care, a man came up to us and introduced himself as Jerry Shello, Shello, and said that he was a contractor on the Calhoun Street property. He had drawings in his hand, and he said they were going to raise the ceiling on the first floor to 9 feet and add a second floor with the 9-foot ceilings also. He gave us a copy of the drawings that he had. On the first floor, there are definitely ceilings 9 feet tall, and one wall has been constructed on the second floor with 2x4 studs, which would overlook the swimming pool of their neighbor. Work has been done on the rear building without permits ad infinitum. On December 23, 2020, the last portions of the original roof were torn down by workers who spoke in a foreign tongue. A hard stop work order was issued right at Christmas time, 2020. The back building is in obvious unlivable and in disrepair, and so is the main building. Entergy does not have any service to either the main or the accessory rear building. It is interesting to note also that on August 29, 2019, the owner, Mr. Klavetsky, signed a sworn notarized affidavit that 1321 Calhoun Street was his residence. This is not true. He lives on Pine Street. And if I have any time left, I defer that to my neighbor, John Sayre. Thank you.
How much time do I have? Well, I
You
guess
have 1 minute, 24 seconds.
He's on mute.
You're on. Okay, go ahead.
Can you see me?
His hearing is a problem.
Can you see me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Okay, all right. Over half the original building is gone, removed in preparation for new construction. In fact, this is the definition in your code book as being new construction. If more than 50% of a structure is taken down or replaced, then that's new construction. So this has been done without proper permits. And so the shed has lost any prior status as principal structure. Finally, safety permit says that they are aware of the issues and concerns with the property. My question is, where has safety and permits been the past year and a quarter? Despite 3 stop work orders, the owners kept building until another stop work order was issued on Christmas Eve. It wasn't until a neighbor had to file a TRO for the owners to finally agree to stop. It is evident that it was the owner's goal to illegally demo and build a structure with the hopes of later asking for forgiveness rather than permission. Such tactics should be strongly discouraged. The neighbors have been complaining and expressing concerns about this project for over a year, and the record shows that Safety and Permits was more interested in catering to the owners rather than the concerns of neighbors and the illegal construction. As of now, there is a partially built structure that encroaches on my property and remains a safety risk. It is on my property line.
That's the end of your
For these
time.
reasons, and that's it. Thank you.
All right, and the last applicant is Christy Trail, signed up to speak on behalf of 02121. You have 5 minutes to present.
All right, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak today on the property at 1321 Calhoun Street. I'm currently the president of the Audubon Area Zoning Association. As some of my neighbors have also requested, AAZA requests this matter be deferred. In light of the response from Safety and Permits on Wednesday, we request a deferral on the appeals to address Safety and Permits revised decision. The deadline to submit written materials was Monday, February 1st, 2021. On Wednesday, February 3rd, 2021, the Director of Safety and Permits submitted a BZA appeal summary report which greatly expanded her written reasons to the department's November 10th, 2020 NCU determination letter, and relied on a zoning interpretation memorandum Z 20-02, which was dated November 30th, 2020, 20 days after her November 10th, 2020 NCU determination, which is subject to this appeal. As you have heard already today, but I will restate for the record, the zoning interpretation memorandum was not of record at the time the department's NCU determination, and the department's February 2nd, 2021 written documents materially alters the department's original decision. As a result of the additional reasons and supporting documents delivered by the Director of Safety and Permits on February 3rd, 2021, AAZA and the appealing parties did not have sufficient time to review and supply written responses to the record, which we deem important in the event this matter would need to be appealed to Civil District Court. As a result, AAZA is requesting a deferment of this matter to allow us sufficient time to review the additional information provided by the Department of Safety and Permits and provide written responses as necessary. As a matter of record, AAZA's mission is to promote the safe, quiet, family-friendly ambiance that is the hallmark of the neighborhood, to preserve the aesthetic character of the neighborhood, to promote understanding of zoning, building code, and other regulations, and to ensure that the regulations are properly adhered to promote neighborliness and encourage a friendly association among neighborhood residents, and to be an instrument of political liaison and to represent the views and interests of its members to elected officials, government entities, and with other neighborhood associations and community organizations. It is for these reasons that AAZA is weighing in on this matter. AAZA has noticed the extensive changes to the structure, most recently the fact that there is a stop work order, and yet significant work occurred on the structure in the month of February 2021. As Ms. Young mentioned, the rear structure is no longer the historical structure. It is now only a new structure. And I have photos of the site that were taken yesterday on February 7th, 2021 to document this. Given this situation and the document submittal I mentioned, we request additional time to prepare our discussion of this appeal. I appreciate your consideration for a deferral of this matter. Thank you.
Okay, the property owner's representative now has 5 minutes to present. And we have
Thank you.
Todd Ellis signed up to speak.
Yes, to be clear, is I allowed 5 minutes for each one of them, or is it just all four and I get 5 minutes? I'm just unclear on that. I may be able to get it done in all 5 minutes, but I'm not positive because there was a lot going on there. So could you just clarify that with me before I begin?
That's a question for Missy, I'm not sure.
Usually you just get 5 minutes per application, and since this was consolidated, you're going to get 5 minutes. But if your argument's not finished, the board can suspend the rules to give you more time. It's within their discretion.
So I appreciate that.
So we'll get to that when your 5 minutes is over.
Let me see how fast I can go. First of all, good morning, commissioners and staff. I want to thank you for your time, and particularly Ms. Becknell's comprehensive report. I realize that this property is the original submission did not have sufficient evidence, which was later submitted, which was the cause for the reconsideration. But consistent with the neighbors' complaints from day one, it is full of misrepresentations and a failure to understand the process. But I want to start off with, the client objects to any further delay and deferment. This matter's been going on, and they have constantly and consistently opposed any work on the property. And it's interesting, the timeliness, because they comes after my client refused to sell the property, which I think is part of a coordinated attack on the property. But first of all, let's start off with what we proved. What we proved through affidavits, and the affidavits demonstrated that one of the original parties to the affidavit was actually born in the house in 1955. And actually his affidavit's part of the record stated clearly that his father converted the back garage so that his brother could live in the place, Dr. Hugh Minnie. So he was living in it in the 60s. We have Sanborns from the 60s to demonstrate the building's existence. And then we have the affidavits of Maria Page, who's a neighbor who lives 250 feet away from the 60s. We have Nina Minnie Page. She knew about the apartment and she lived there as well. And then you have Peter Minnie, who is actually born there and raised there and sold the house to my current client. And he's the one who provided the affidavit demonstrating that the building was converted and was in fact a second dwelling house or dwelling unit. We also then provided rent rolls. We provided scanned US Postal to show that it was going to a separate address. And then insurance payments and dwelling repairs. And then finally, utility bills. The utility bills demonstrate that there was gas and electric going there for a person to actually live there. There is one mistake. There is a picture of cooking utensils or culinary units as described in one of the pictures that's in Safety and Permits website. And then finally, there was a appraiser that was hired on October 24th, 2011. This is all part of the record, which demonstrated that they talked to the guests of the rear house, and they were paying rent at that time. So the conclusion is the Safety and Permits got all this information in addition to all the complaints for the neighbors, and it's 4. It's the Sayers, it's Karen Edmonds, now the association, and Kiefer. The decision that they rendered was not arbitrary and capricious, which is, y'all know, the standard. They went through the records, they went through the pictures, and they went through everything before they came to this conclusion. It is the right conclusion that it never lost it. I wanted to discuss briefly this statement that the whole unit was destroyed. The unit was being repaired when Miss Karen Edmonds got a stop work order through a misrepresentation that the structure was new. It wasn't. And her attorney got a TRO, which she got at 5 o'clock on a Friday, which normally you'd have opposing counsel when you knew who they are. They would get an opportunity to talk about it. I didn't get afforded that opportunity. However, I did agree just to keep it in place so we didn't have to waste any more money and time and resources, and those funds could be used to rebuild the property. So the TRO is in place by consent, which I think is very important because it seems that a judge looked at everything and ruled already. And as the commission maybe now realize, this is already headed to litigation since they sued my client first. The last bit is regarding this building and the amount of work done. The building suffered tremendous damage through multiple hurricanes. And of course, the pandemic slowed everything down. But the key is a lot of the damage was done after a stop work order was issued and my client stopped doing work, which allowed water intrusion, which they started replacing board after board to actually replace and restore the building. The building hasn't been destroyed or demoed. That is completely not true. And that is, again, consistent with the neighbors. They just don't mind not telling the truth to you. And as I said, this matter is already headed to litigation. I fervently object to a delay, a deferment. If we're going to get it on, let's just go to the courthouse. Safety and Permits did a remarkable job reviewing all the records. And if you have any questions, be happy to entertain anything.
That was the last speaker, staff?
That's it.
Yes. I was asking a question to staff, Mr. Ellis, but thank you.
Sorry, I'm clean up. I tried to get it done in in 5 minutes.
All we have for now.
Are there any questions or comments from board members? I know we'll probably take up most of it after public comment, but I just wanted to clarify because it was brought up that I believe it was by Mr. Ellis that the standard is arbitrary and capricious, and just wanted to clarify for our purposes, we address whether the department makes an error in their decision. So it's not based upon whether a decision is arbitrary or capricious.
Oh, all right, apologies.
That's correct. The court standard is arbitrary and capricious, but the standard for the BZA is whether the director or his or her designee made an error, and this has been confirmed in court.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, we could go to the next item.
Okay, now we will begin with the new business for an extension request. The next item is item number 17, BZA docket 01317 for a property located at 4222 Duplessis Street. This request is for an extension of time for the previously granted variance to allow a 1-year extension. We have Kevin Baror signed up to speak on behalf of this request. Are you on the call, Kevin?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, yes. So my name is Kevin Gerard. I'm at 4222 Duplessis Street. So yeah, the reason I'm requesting this extension is because I continue to be in ongoing litigation with the previous owner, the builder of the house I'm at, regarding the outcome of this, where the empty lot next door to my property was owned by him, and we had an agreement prior to the purchase of the house where he put forward a variance request to allow the non-compliant front yard driveway that was installed by him to be accepted. And pretty much if the front yard driveway would have been able to stay there, everything would have been good. If the variance would have been denied, which it was, for the front yard parking spot to stay, then I would get possession of the adjacent lot. So then I'd have the ability to put a compliant driveway on, like subdivide, combine the lots into one parcel of record, and then be able to put a compliant driveway alongside the house that meets all the CZO requirements. And yeah, that lawsuit has been ongoing for a while, and it's continuing to be ongoing. We're currently waiting for the court to give us a hearing date to hopefully kind of resolve everything once and for all. And I'm requesting the extension of this right now because if I have to fully comply with all of the provisos, especially like the planting of the city trees in the frontage, that could preclude me from being able to put in a compliant driveway later on down the road if the lawsuit goes my way. Because like pretty much there's a storm drain on one end of the empty lot. I have a utility access in front of the house, and pretty much where the trees would have to go, there's a decent chance that then that would cause like a critical root zone issue when I'd go to put in a compliant driveway. And pretty much I took some steps so far to show good faith, just so it's not a situation where I'm trying to just like get this thing extended forever to keep using the driveway or something like that. I have removed the offending non-compliant driveway. So there is currently no parking on the property. Pretty much I'll just need to go and take care of a disused driveway apron that doesn't lead anywhere. That's something that I'll have to do later on because that will require permitting, because that will involve modifying the neighbor's driveway because it's a shared apron. But yeah, right now the offending front yard driveway that was denied with the original variance request is gone. So that's it. I'm just trying to get an extension so I can hopefully wrap up the lawsuit that I'm currently in, because if it goes my way, I will not need the variance. I'll be able to put in a fully conforming driveway alongside the property. And because I know the BZA prefers to be able to have things brought into full compliance rather than even have to rely on a variance. And I'm keeping the variance alive just so if it somehow doesn't go my way, I'll be able to then just plant the trees, do the rest of the provisos, and at least have an option at that point. So yeah, if you have any questions about anything that would potentially lead you to say no, then you can feel free to ask me. I can go into more detail if needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions, comments from board members?
Just a real quick question, Missy, with this one, is this one of those items that's still protected under the mayor's executive order for expiration dates on open zoning items?
I'm not sure exactly what you mean.
I know that there was an executive order where pending items that may have been approved by the BZA or other boards are still remaining in place. I remember it being from March of 2020.
I'd have to go back and look at that. Let me see if I can find it really quick.
Okay. And here's the thing. I mean, that's something, even if I know that we wouldn't take action till the second half of the meeting, if you want to just verify it, check into that just to see first.
But so I'm going to find it and read it, but like, what do you mean with respect to this item?
So with this being an extension of time for him, because I'm taking this as an extension of time and want to make sure I understand that, because I know this is not a pending legal issue between the applicant and the city of New Orleans. I know he's talking about legal issue between him and the contractor, so it's totally separate from BZA. I just want to make sure he has the correct information in terms of what would be his true expiration date.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none. Next item. Well, this may have been the last item. Am I correct?
Mhm. All right, and just looking at the time, what you all want to return at just 1 o'clock even? Or-
Yeah, that's
Okay.
Can I interject? Do we want to go back to BZA 1220? I believe the applicant who was not here earlier is now online to allow comments or
What's her
Um,
name?
I mean, we could hear it now, or we could always suspend the rules after the public comment section and allow them to provide comment ahead of the public comments being read.
either way. All right.
Okay.
Okay, so this concludes the presentation of dockets. The board will now recess for 30 minutes and return at 1 o'clock p.m. Consideration of dockets, including public comments, will begin at 1 p.m. Please refer to the screen for public comment rules. Public comments will be accepted until the close of the 30-minute recess. Would the board consider a motion to recess for 30 minutes?
So moved.
Clarification. Yeah, instead of it, don't mention it as the 30 minutes. I think it's recess until 1
Okay,
p.m.
just recess, sure.
Recess until 1 p.m. just to make sure we
We'll be in
designate.
recess until 1 p.m. Would the board consider a motion to recess?
Alfonso, so moved.
Todd seconds.
been moved by Commissioner Gonzalez, second by Commissioner James, to recess our meeting until 1 p.m. Roll call vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Eggins,
Yes.
Jose Alvarez,
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez,
Yay.
Matthew Rufo,
Yes.
and Candace Forrest, yes. 7 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. We'll now be in recess until 1 p.m.
right, let's go ahead and get started.
All right, would the board consider a motion to return from recess?
Todd James, so moved.
Ramiro Diaz, second.
Look like Candace is locked up. If someone else could introduce the motion, and then we could try that one again.
Motion to resume the meeting.
I'll second. Ramiro Diaz.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Gonzalez and second by Commissioner Diaz to return from recess. All those in favor? Anybody opposed to that motion? Seeing none, let's proceed.
Okay, no need to vote.
Sorry, quick question. Did we take a roll call vote for the return from recess motion?
We just did, he just did a
No objection.
no
Okay.
objection vote, and so it passed unanimously.
Okay, all righty. All right, the public comment form is now closed. We will begin with consideration of dockets and the public comment portion of the meeting. We'll begin with unfinished business for variances. The first item is BZA docket 00621 for a property located at 1129 North White Street. This request is for a variance to permit the renovation of a single-family residence, resulting in insufficient rear yard setback. This is an after-the-fact request, and as a reminder to the board, the staff recommendation is for denial.
Any questions or comments from board members?
It's the public comment, okay.
Oh,
Just
I'm
a minute,
sorry.
I'm about
The
to check it
public
out.
comment. I'm confused.
I hadn't received the public comments yet, so I have them
Thank
now.
you.
Thank you. Okay, so there were public comments for this item. In opposition of the application, Chris Waddington at 1125 North White Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70119. I would like to remind the board that 5 neighbors have written in opposition to this variance. Our emails are on file with BZA staff. The developer poured new footing and expanded the original footprint where an unroofed exterior stair and water heater were located. Then they built up 2 stories. This is the point closest to the property line at the back of 1129 North White Street. Next comment, in opposition of this application, David Brian Warburton, 2808 Bell Street. Property has an open porch approximately 3 feet from my property line at 2808 Bell Street. New construction is 1.65 feet from the property line. Eaves are 6 inches from the property line. This does not follow new construction codes. I oppose. Thanks. In opposition of this application, Marion Herbert Bruno, 1123 North White Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70119. The original house on the lot did not extend as far back as the fence, as the applicant says. There was a concrete back, but it was not the interior of the house. The construction request will allow the eaves of the house to extend past the property line and the property line of the house, and will cause problems with the neighbors with runoff water. It is extremely ambitious It is an extremely ambitious project for such a small lot. In opposition of this application, SP Johnson, 2822 LePage, New Orleans, Enola 70119, to the BZA. I oppose the appeal in the matter of 1129 North White Street. The lot is too small to accommodate the planned renovation with respect to its neighbors. The owner must have been aware of this when he purchased the property. Thank you, SP Johnson, 2822 LePage, New Orleans, Louisiana, 71119. And that's the end of the comments for this.
And just a quick comment, staff had made us aware that there was an email from a member of the public. The email is included in the record, but some of the attached photos are not. He did send that, he forwarded it to the planner assigned. So I don't know if the board wants to accept that into the record since it was timely, and I can forward that if so.
Emily, are you able to, or someone from staff able at least just to read that in?
It was actually,
Say again?
it was actually photographed.
There are photographs that do verify board member Diaz's comment from before that although the portion of the property that juts out appears to be a part or an extension of the original structure from street view, it is an open porch. And those photographs were submitted by a resident.
So just to clarify oh, sorry, my video's off. Just to clarify, the email came in and just was not included in our packet, or it came in after the?
That's correct.
I couldn't hear Emily.
Yeah.
We received the email, but the photos were not included in the packet.
Ah, okay.
It was timely.
Yeah, so can I make a motion to include those?
All of the public comments read in before we get to taking this action. I just wanted to make sure.
Okay.
Valerie, did you read all of the public comment for this item?
I'm sorry. Yes, I did, Candace.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. You can go ahead, Commissioner Diaz.
Yeah, so in regards to docket, sorry, is it 0621? I'd like to move to accept the photographs that were submitted and not included in our report.
James, second.
Diaz, second by Commissioner James, to suspend the rules and accept items submitted. I just want to make they were submitted timely, but just weren't included as part of our packet, correct? Okay, thank you. Roll call vote. Todd James.
Yes.
Tamara Eggins.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
Matthew Rufo.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest, yay. 7 yeas, no nays, the motion carries.
Okay, and at this time, Tyler Patton is signed up to speak on behalf of the application as there was opposition.
Yes, hi, everyone. I know one of the main issue in regarding to this variance even being needed was there was major rot and deterioration on the rear wall that was grandfathered in. And we do know that this was after the fact, but I mean, it really holds that we have been approved by the HDLC and also were issued a permit for construction on this project, as we were retaining the existing footprint and did not extend out any, if you look on the site survey, it is at 1.65 feet. And that is what we've maintained. We haven't gone out of the original footprint of the building for the rear setback. And that's one thing that it's an undue hardship for the client because he has done everything in good faith to, remedy and make sure that this construction is to go on. And also, there have been some letters that were emailed in support of the project, which we're not seeing that was actually received. So again, I just also one of the issues in regards to the permeable surface on the rear and the side lot, that is something that will be tended to and removed to go along with the recommendations by the BZA board so that we don't have to deal with any additional runoff into surrounding sites. And also we can remediate a lot of that with the use of or installation of gutters as well. So that's one thing that we really want to make a point is that we've met all of the other 8 criteria. We're just really trying to get this moving along because this has become an undue hardship for the client.
Questions or comments from board members?
Candace, you're breaking up a little bit, but I have questions if that's what you were asking.
Yes, go ahead.
So I went back to One Stop and downloaded the drawings, the full set of drawings, and it looks like the survey, there were several surveys that showed the porch, what was sort of the area that the building, that the footprint builds out to now was just a porch. There was some portion of that was covered, but the architectural drawings, the elevations and plans don't actually show that covering. I guess this is a question for staff. Do aluminum awnings count as a covered area? Is that considered roof? Because the roof plan doesn't show that awning. And the reason why this is important is because the sort of lean-to sort of shed roof that was the footprint that extended to the, I don't know which direction is, to the right on the plans from the original shotgun sort of roof form, doesn't extend all the way to the back of the property. So the 2.3 foot distance from the fence to the corner of the building was actually several feet from the side property line. And so then when they built the whole thing across, following the line of the back of the house, it then made the condition worse, made it much tighter between the new corner of the building and the fence beyond. That's what I'm imagining. When I first read this, I thought maybe the wall had just been built 6 inches past the existing location, but that's not the case. It's in a line with the existing wall. It's just that they took a non-conforming kind of edge condition and extended it all the way back. And so I'm not sure, how do we read that? And can you do that, or you have to stay within the 2.3 feet if that was grandfathered in? If you carved a corner, carved a chunk out of the corner of the building, is that allowed?
I looked at the same surveys during the recess, and it would be a question for safety and permits. I assume that they were looking at that covered porch when they established the rear build line that was grandfathered. Does Emily or other staff, do you know how they make that determination?
I'm sorry, what was the question? I was typing.
Well, my question was kind of the same one, that if what was shown in the survey where that extension of that covered porch was well back from the 3 feet or the 2.3 feet. So the actual shape of the building in the survey is more of a kind of the corner is re-entrant. It doesn't go all the way out to a clean corner like it does in the current plan. There's a setback in that, a little notch in the corner of the plan. And so wouldn't you have to build back? By right, can you build where the footprint of the roof was originally, or can you extend that all the way to the back of the building? That was my question. Be helpful if we had that drawing, but it's not in the report. It's in One Stop.
I wonder, is Nicholas on the call? Nick Kendall? For safety and permits? to give us an interpretation?
Nick is on the call. I don't know if he is currently watching. But if I'm understanding the question correctly, if there's a non-conforming areas. Nick, I'm not sure if you heard the question.
Yeah, I heard part of the question. I will admit I didn't get everything regarding the portion that was covered, but my understanding of the situation is that there was essentially kind of a notch out in where the building's located, and because the property line goes like this, by them kind of extending along where that notch is, normally you'd be able to do that if the rear property line was kind of parallel to the edge of the building, but since the rear property line comes in closer to the edge of the building, what you're doing is reducing an already non-conforming setback. So I forget what the exact numbers were, but it was whatever, 2.5 feet away from the rear property line. And once you kind of fill in that corner, then the structure is, approximately 2 feet from the property line. So you've made that condition worse. I'm sorry, I'm not exactly sure what the covered porch piece, which that was, because I haven't had a chance to look at the plans. And yeah, I'm hesitant to kind of make any further interpretation beyond that, kind of on the fly without sort of thoroughly reviewing the documents.
Yeah. Well, you clarified my question that you can't make it worse, and it's a 1.5 feet that is left over at that corner, right? Or 2 feet? I thought it was 1.65.
Right, so they extended the build line from the previous porch to meet the existing wall, and because of the slant at the rear of the property, the measure from the new build line to the slant at the rear of the property as shown is 1.65. And what we're looking at currently, the plans submitted to safety and permits where these are incorrect, where it says 2 feet 6 inches.
All right.
Remy, did you said you found the previous drawing where it shows a setback?
Yeah, there's several surveys in One Stop. There's a couple copies of it, and there's the building is, there's a re-entrant corner, and there's some sort of concrete porch with a notation of a covered porch. So it's showing a little overhead condition, but the architectural plans don't show that covered porch. They just show it as outdoor porch. But this survey looks like it's newer. It might be the existing, like the current survey.
That's correct.
There was a 2019 survey in One Stop.
So Commissioner Diaz, just kind of keeping that in mind, do you think that in any way is that negating the fact that they may have tried to work in best faith to try to correct this in the field?
I mean, I'm arguing that as I look at this, that they built out into a footprint that was not, that was making the nonconformity worse, right? If they'd taken that 2'3" sort of non-conform line and built it across, that would maybe be okay. But they built past it. And it's not just an extension of an existing wall, it's filling in what used to be a porch. It was partially covered. It wasn't the whole space. So it's not like the footprint was that whole corner that you're seeing on the plan right now. There was a concrete and stairs in that corner of the building. So there was more clearance between the fence and the porch. So anyway, it's helpful information to me, at least, to understand the report from staff as to why this is problematic.
Yes, I apologize. I believe I was perhaps over relying on the site plans initially submitted by the applicant. understand what had been happening.
So Rami, you cannot share your screen, right?
No, but I don't know if that's is that allowable?
But if you think it's something that supports the staff report, beyond that, I think we were still addressing that one last criteria, if it was still met or not.
Yeah.
Based off of whatever was submitted. So
I can share my screen. Do we have to suspend rules, or how does that work?
What, I'm sorry, what exactly are you showing?
So I have the survey from the applicant's permit. It was in One Stop.
Okay.
It's a survey from it's dated 2019.
Okay, you can go ahead and, yeah, it's not somebody else submitting something, it's you discussing it, so you can go ahead. But I think you'd have to be the host of the meeting to share your screen.
It's letting me do it.
Or maybe you could send the link to whoever is the host, Emily, and get her to put it
Rami
up.
has it. Rami has it.
Work?
There we go.
Yeah. So my point is that the well, let me annotate though. That's okay. The 2.3 condition is actually way back here. And so they built across and closed out that corner. So, by simple reading of this plan, the footprint is what's hatched. The covered porch, though, I would think if it had a roof, you could build to that line. But that's still set back from the fence a substantial amount.
And traditionally with that, I think the extreme case would be the nonconformity would run parallel with the rear property line, not the actual building edge. So it would have been a tapered condition at that back corner. But in this case, when it was done in the field, it was brought to a 90 as opposed to preserving the setback line, probably because the people in the field had no idea in terms of how that encroachment would be violated.
Exactly right. So if that wall had been built parallel
to the property line,
then
different situation.
Right, you could build out. Yeah, got it. That helped me.
I feel like I'm more confused, Commissioner Diaz. But
so actually, just to kind of help, I think where he was coming from, whenever we're talking about these non-conforming setback lines, if this was a truly rectilinear lot, the non-conformity would have ran parallel with the back edge of the building. But because this is an irregular shaped lot with a trapezoidal rear yard setback line, the setback line instead of building a box, you would have been building. The addition would have only been able to run parallel to the rear property line. So if you're there and you're not paying attention to that and understanding how the conditions should be built in the field and surveyed from that rear property line, we wouldn't be here having the conversation point. But someone pulled a straight line from two edges, I hate to say taking the easiest way out, but essentially that's what happened. But they did what's within their best efforts to try to correct or remedy the issue. At the end of the day, we are talking about 6 or 7 inches of a condition, not saying that should ever set a precedent for where that should be allowed in the future, but unfortunately we are dealing with a weird condition in the field that is not something that necessarily impacts other projects in the area.
Well, yeah,
I just want, go ahead, Rami.
I was just going to say, and to add to that, if it was a difference between a 20-foot setback and a 19-foot setback on the back, I'd feel differently. The fact that, as built, I probably couldn't get my belly through that space. Imagining a firefighter, in gear trying to get around the back there, I'd feel, looking at this a little bit more carefully than I would a typical, larger setback. Where we see a lot of times little differences like this, but going from 2'3", which is already tight, to 1'6" is pretty tight. So, and then also going up 2 stories from a open air.
Commissioner Diaz, eat less king cake.
Yeah, I'm eating less this year.
Yeah, I just wanted to say to Commissioner James's point, what's important, at least partially for me, is the fact that the applicant did, in good faith and in best effort, try to do what he believed was the right thing. And it's resulting in literally a 6-7 inch waiver request. At least for me, it's also important to note that there hasn't been any pushback from the applicant regarding the provisos that staff has recommended that we attach should we decide to grant the waiver, as far as breaking up 50% of that concrete around the perimeter of the building to help mitigate runoff and increase the permeable area on the site. So only comments I had on it. I've made up my mind with what I think.
Madam Chair, is a motion in order?
Board members? Seeing none, go ahead with your motion.
This happens every time. As soon as I get ready to do this, I close the wrong file. Chairwoman, I, Ty James, like to present a motion for BZA docket 006-21. I'd like to go ahead and move for approval the request for waiver of Article 11, Section 11-3A1, Table 11-2A. Oh, it always takes over my screen when we change up. Sorry. For the rear yard requirement and accepting most of the languages the staff provided, but providing further clarity for standard 3. Sorry, this is messing me up. That while we do talk about the expansion of the rear yard line and then the inherent loss right of is a result of the applicant, this is also just due to a condition of not necessarily understanding the condition of how the setback lines can be preserved. So I would like to move for approval, and with that, establishing that the 9 criteria have been met, and would move to include, I'm assuming that we have the 3 standard provisos and we're going to add the 4th as provided by staff. Is that correct? Staff?
Yes, include the standard provisos and the additional 1 per the staff report.
Thank you.
You.
So that would be my motion for approval. 9 criteria have been met with those 4 provisos, and including the comments provided by Commissioner Diaz and Commissioner Gonzalez to support this request.
Alvarez seconds.
006-21. It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Alvarez, to grant the requested waiver, finding that the 9 criteria have been met, incorporating comments from today as support of establishment of the 9 criteria, subject to 4 provisos. Roll call vote. Ty James.
Yes.
Tamara Eggins.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
No.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
Matthew Rufo.
Yes.
Candace Forrest, yes. 6 yeas, 1 nay, the motion carries. Next item.
Okay, sorry about that. Just trying to get back to the screen. All right, we will now begin with the unfinished business for the Director of Safety and Permits Decision Appeals. The next item is item number 2, BZA docket 00721. It is an appeal of the decision of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits regarding the issuance of building permit 2021060 RNVS for the structural renovation of an existing two-family residence in the University Area Interim Off-Street Parking District. And we do have public comments for this item. All right, the first comment is in support of the application. SP Johnson for Claudia Garfalio, 922 Adams Street. I support the appeal by my neighbor, Robert Strain, in the matter of 7612 through 14 Burt Street. In support of this application, Richard Bienview, 900 Burdette Street, NOLA 70118, representing Maple Area Residents Incorporated, MARI. I'm in favor of Rob Strain's appeal of the DSP's permit issuance and in reference to 7612 through 14 Burt. In support of this application, Beverly Nichols, 7301 Burt Street, New Orleans. I'm in favor of Robert Strain's appeal of DSP's permit issuance in RE 7612 through 14 Burt. Next comment in support of this application, Chunlin Leonard, 1414 Audubon Street. DSP claims to have found the original paper documents for the permit, which included the application form, benchmark, survey, and complete plan set. DSP explains that its employees scanned and uploaded the only application on March 5th, but kept the entire paper file. The problem with DSP's claim is that the original paper application is clearly not the same application that was loaded into the city's one-stop. The comparison of the online application form with the paper application shows that they are totally different. The application number in the original paper application contained a mistake not present in the one-stop application. The handwritten lines at the bottom of the two copies and the signatures were placed differently. If DSP was scanning and uploading paper applications on March 5th, 2020, as it claims now, the copy on the One-Stop app had to be identical to the original paper application, which DSP allegedly uploaded into One-Stop app. The benchmark certificate in the alleged original paper file is also different from the One-Stop app copy. In addition, the One-Stop app application had a contractor's estimate and soil bearing test report, both of which are apparently missing from the original paper files. The above discrepancies show that the original document file was not the application uploaded into One-Stop on March 5th, 2020. DSP still does not and can't explain why the first entry in the print summary for Amicus Project on One-Stop app indicates that a complete set of digital plans was missing from this application. Neither Amicus nor DSP offered any statements under oath subject to the penalty of perjury to support their assertions. Amicus's excessive development of student housing in a residential neighborhood in violation of the zoning laws violates the property rights of the neighboring property owners. I respectfully ask the board to examine the evidence carefully and enforce the zoning laws as enacted by the City Council. Thank you. Next comment in support of this application, Heather Huey, 625 Broadway. I am in favor of Rob Strain's appeal of DSP's permit issuing in regard to 76112 through 14 Burt. Next comment in support of this application, SP Johnson for Ruth Kennedy, 2822 LePage Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70119. I support the appeal filed by Robert Strain in the matter of 7612 through 14 Burt. I am concerned about the current trend in overdevelopment of our uptown neighborhoods, submitted by Ruth Kennedy, President, Polygrove Neighborhood Association. Next comment, in support of this application, Chandler, did we do his already? Chandler Nart, yeah.
This is Christoph.
No, this is Crystal.
Oh, I'm sorry. Christoph Leonard, 1414 Audubon Street. My comment is in support of Rob Strain's appeal against the DSP's issuance of the permit for 7612 through 7614 Burt Street. I would like to comment on one aspect of the situation that has not received attention, the decision it deserves. There is no dispute. Amicus did not submit the required lead paint documentation as part of its application. As a Louisiana licensed clinical psychologist and professor of clinical psychology teaching on Xavier campus, I am keenly aware of the threat that lead poses in the public health and in particular to the cognitive development of small children. And the situation in Flint, Michigan has taught us anything, that this lead poisonous is a very real threat to public health, a threat that disproportionately affects communities of color, including in New Orleans. As a New York-based developer, Amicus would have been keenly aware of the importance of disclosing and proactively mitigating lead exposure at 7612 through 7614 Burt Street, because New York also aggressively regulates lead mitigation during the remodeling projects. Amicus's misrepresentation that Burt Street building was erected after 1978, when in fact it was built before 1909, and thus guaranteed to have a lead paint problem, it is absolutely inexcusable and in no way an innocent mistake. Amicus not only put its contractors, but the entire neighborhood at risk with proceeding with demolition work without mitigating lead paint hazards. Their failure to submit the required lead paint documentation form on March 5th, 2020 is inexcusable and definitely means their application on that date was incomplete. Next comment, in support of this application, Grady Fitzpatrick, 1418 Audubon Street. Here we are again with Amicus trying to circumvent our zoning laws in order to destroy another historic home by increasing the footprint of the house and fill it with college students. And the timing of this application was suspect at best, and it was also filled with inaccuracies as well as being incomplete. One glaring example in the misleading information about the age of the house to avoid the lead paint inspection. A pattern of misleading or missing information that seems to follow Amicus is a pattern of misleading or missing information that seems to follow Amicus in all of their permit applications. Please enforce the zoning laws and permitting process to protect our neighborhood. In support of this application, Tanaya Lou, 7630 Burt Street. I'm in favor of Rob Strain's appeal of DSP permit issuance of 7612 through 14 Burt Street. Next comment, in support of this application, SP Johnson for Ann Herzog, 901 Cherokee, NOLA 70118. I support the appeal filed by my neighbor Robert Strain in the matter of 7612 through 14 Burt Street. Next comment, in support of this application, Don Delamartre, 805 Pine Street, NOLA 70118. Rob Strain's appeal of the Department of Safety and Permits, DSP issuance of Amicus Properties of a structural renovation work permit for 7612 through 14 Burt Street. In support of this application, Jill Fitzpatrick, 1418 Audubon Street. I support Rob Strain and hope more attention is paid to the continued and senseless destruction of our neighborhood by Amicus and other similar developers. In support of this application, SP Johnson for Sally Davis, 1528 Lower Line, NOLA 70118. I wholeheartedly support the appeal filed by my neighbor Robert Strain in the matter of 7612 through 14 Burt. Next comment, in support of this application, Keith Hardy, 618 Audubon Street. The board should focus on the public records for March 5th and not rely on documents created or filed later or on the memory of city employees and architects. It is clear that the documents now being proofread by the city and being proofread by the city as being original application documents taken on March 5th have signatures located in different places and the differences in the written case number and are not the same documents that are on one stop, and thus not the documents filed on March 5th, 2020. The print summary from March 5th, 2020 is unequivocal. The plans were not filed that day. No one from the city has given an explanation would justify ignoring that clear and unequivocal document record. The fact that a full set of plans was located in this month, almost a year after the alleged filing, does not mean that those plans were filed on March 5th, 2020. DPW has pointed to no timestamps or other evidence justifying that conclusion, which is completely contrary to public records prepared on March 5th, 2020. The records unequivocally filed on March 5th should control and not the year-old memories of DSP staffers. Next comment, in support of the application, Susan Johnson, 2822 LePage, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70119. This comment concerns the general credibility of Amicus and the safety of all Carrollton residents. The following Amicus properties are currently in violation of the CZO. 621 Broadway. Architect's plans show 13 bedrooms and 3 units, while Amicus website advertises 12 bedrooms. 817 Hillary. 10 bedrooms are shown in the plans versus 8 on the website. 1025 through 27 Lower Line. 9 bedrooms are shown in the house plans, 8 on the website in apartments A and B. There are also 2 illegal apartments in the garage, as neighbors can tell you. Amicus was refused permission by S&P and Nick Kendall's memo of October 5th, 2019 for a non-conforming use to build a garage apartment at this address. Amicus built 2 garage apartments anyway, and their website even advertises 4 apartments with illegal apartments C and D containing 2 bedrooms each. The use of this house is 2-family, not multifamily. More than this, there was a fire at 1025 through 27 Lower Line on June 20th, 2020, as noted in the city's next request system, number 20-4977. The Carrollton neighborhood demands accountability from Amicus and the city about illegal bedrooms, illegal apartments, and fire safety in all of the houses owned by Amicus. As private student housing developers rush to fill our neighborhoods with more tenants, fire safety is falling by the wayside. The public data sources for these violators are the architect plans on One Stop and the developer's website. It is easy for everyone to see that Amicus deals in deceptive business practice like every other D2D developer in the neighborhood. The IZD was enacted in order to combat developer deceit. The case of 7612 through 14 Burt is just another petty example of an unscrupulous group operating a commercial enterprise in a residential neighborhood. Amicus was not invited here. They are not welcome. When will they get the message? I wholeheartedly support the appeal of neighbor Robert Strain. Susan Johnson, Carrollton native, 2822 LePage, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70119. Next comment in support of the application, Justin Schmidt, 909 Poydras Street, Suite 1500, NOLA 70112. I am in support of the appeal, this appeal, and further request that it be deferred given the merits of the appeal hinge on a very narrow timely, the same day, March 5th, 2020, merely hours apart. Property owner, city have maintained, property owners / city have maintained that a complete application was supported on or prior to March 5th, 2020. This position was reiterated during this hearing today. However, the city has likewise indirectly acknowledged, in conjunction with other zoning dockets, that between the COVID-19 stay home order on March 16th and the Llama permitting platform coming back online on March 24th, 2020, after the stay at home order was in effect and City Hall was vacant, it would have been physically impossible to have submitted a complete application on March 5th, 2020. It is also no coincidence that the owner Amicus rushed submitting something to qualify as complete. I know in other applications, the city has ruled that less than 100% complete applications met the qualifications as being timely, such as the case with the conditional use permits filed before April 5th, 2015 to determine whether the CZO should be used or the new CZO would be applicable. I would also argue that the complete application means the submission of the fee, which was not done on March 5th, but by credit card on September 29th, 2020. The building permit requirements posted on the Department of Safety and Permits calls for this because the fee is based on the cost of the work, which should have been included with the March 5th, 2020 submittal. One must question why it was not paid on that day if everything was submitted and working as the city and Amicus suggest. Thank you. Next comment in support of this application, Elizabeth Hawk, 909 Burdett Street, New Orleans, 70118, in support of Rob Strain's appeal of the permit issuance for 7612 through 14 Burt Street. Next comment in support of this application, Brenda Lomax Brown, 8606 Mark Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70118, representing Holly Grove Dixon Neighborhood Association. I am in favor of Rob Strain's appeal of the DSP's permit issuance in regard to 7612 through 14 Burt. In opposition of this application, Elizabeth Houts, 2327 General Person Street. I oppose this appeal. It is clear the owner followed the rules. Would like to provide or request information regarding this application. Lynette Judge, 1512 Ottoman Street. I am in favor of Rob Strain's appeal of the DPS permit issuance in regard to 7612 through 14 Burt. And that's the end of the public comments for this item. And there was one opposition, so the applicant will have 5 minutes to rebut.
Okay. As I going back over this, due to the inconsistency showed by the DSP in the original paper files and what is posted on One Stop, plus the fact that there are no date stamps noted on any of the documents, there is no proof that these documents were in the hands of the DSP on March 5th, 2020. Therefore, there is no proof that this was a complete file on that date. The permit should be revoked. That's pretty much all I have to say. I mean, it's just incomplete file and it's pretty obvious. and look through my attachments, look through my comments, and you'll see that. Thank you.
I would like to respectfully move for the opportunity for rebuttal as well.
Chairwoman, is that standard procedure?
Make a
It's on.
motion.
You're on mute, or we couldn't hear you.
Can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
It's very faint. Your audio is extremely low.
Did you lower your microphone in the settings? That's what.
All right, so maybe ask this question, Missy. I forgot how we've handled this in the past. Whenever I know that there's the initial rebut by Mr. Strand as the applicant, but the property owner is asking for the opportunity to respond to his comments, and I thought that was, I'm not sure if we follow that as a part of our process or not.
We've suspended the rules to allow for it previously.
Okay. And I know the chairwoman has to drop from the call in a second. So, I mean, if someone wants to entertain a motion to suspend the rules to allow Catherine to speak at this time.
I'll make that motion. Ramiro Diaz, motion to allow the property owner to respond to comments in the written comments.
Alfonso, I'll second.
Time though, do we need the time? What do we normally do? 2 minutes?
I believe we've done 5 previously.
Okay.
Alfonso, I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Diaz and a second by Commissioner Gonzalez to suspend the rules and to give the property owner's representative 5 minutes of time to speak. Hearing any objections from the board? Hearing none, that motion pass. So Catherine, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I will not even come near the full 5 minutes. I appreciate the opportunity to be heard. I think it's very clear from the comments that this isn't about when the application was submitted or the fact that my clients were following the rules. It's people don't want them there no matter what, but that's not what we're here for. My clients own this property. They're there. They're now part of the neighborhood. And I think the way to move forward is by working together. So respectfully, I do reach out to Ms. Johnson, who has raised concerns about properties that are not before the board today. And if you have ongoing concerns, please contact me, contact my client. These are things that we should talk about as a neighborhood. This is not the forum to address those. What we're here about today is the building permit application for 7612 Birth. It's clear from the city that it was hand delivered, clear from my client that it was hand delivered on March 5th per CZO Article 19.3.c.4. We know that it was submitted and the initial entry entered into LAMA for its submission prior to the IZD going into effect. I'm not sure what these comments are regarding the original application not matching what was in One Stop. We know that it doesn't match to the extent that the original was just located for the purposes of today's hearing. So we know that the ones in One Stop were not the original, but that has nothing to do with the fact that my client submitted the applications on time, is trying to follow the rules, is reaching out and trying to help out in the neighborhood. The lead paint application isn't applicable because whoever the previous owner was already remediated the lead paint in that property. In terms of the speculation that the client is going to have extra bedrooms, we've already offered to remove the windows from the bonus room so that they cannot be construed as bedrooms by any definition, CZO, architectural, or otherwise, so that it is clear that even though you can have more than 4 bedrooms in a building, there will be only 4 official bedrooms for each apartment. All of that to say, thank you for looking at this, but it's very clear my client submitted the application. It had the full architectural plans, all before the IZD went into effect. And there was one comment regarding, how and why did this happen, this one-page thing, so that the BZA knows. His application went in on March 5th of 2020, almost a year ago. On April 1st, a second demolition permit was applied for, which did have 1 page of plans attached with a handwritten note on it. I think the neighbors must be looking at that 1 page, or maybe that's what was uploaded into One Stop that everyone's looking at, but that was a different permit entirely, and that's the only thing where there would be 1 page. Either that or the soil testing, which was also submitted, but can't be confused with a sizable packet of building application plans. So I think that's where the confusion came from, is someone seeing 1 page for the demo permit, which was all loaded on One Stop, before this building permit actually got scanned and loaded. I hope that resolves some issues. If there are any other questions or anything that I can point you in the right direction to for resolving factual questions, by all means, please ask. But otherwise, this permit was submitted timely and per the instructions of the Department of Safety and Permits, and the permit should be upheld, and therefore this appeal should please be denied. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, still can't hear you, Candace. Yeah, sorry. Any other questions from the board? Just to come back to earlier, I know Mr. Strand had asked for the rules to be suspended to introduce the 2 other exhibits. I know we didn't suspend the rules at that time. I know I had made a suggestion about a deferral, but I'm stepping back from that, just acting in a chair capacity at this point. So if anyone else from the board had questions or concerns. Hearing none, is there, what's the pleasure of the board?
I'd like to say something before I ask to make a motion. And is that, we have a system and we have to trust the system. And I trust safety and department who have been carefully reviewing the material and appreciates giving us the proof that were asked on our last meeting regarding to clear up how that process went. And it seems to satisfaction that they have submitted the material that it was edited. So with that said, I trust our system, I trust our safety permits, and I would like to make a motion.
Okay. Yeah, no, and before you present that motion, Commissioner Alvarez, just one other note that I think is very important. There was mention about the incomplete status of the application, where there was reference that payment needed to be received on the same day as that application. I think that information is confusing how the CPC would traditionally handle applications for conditional uses or other land use items versus safety and permits, where I think all of it, at least the 3 of us who've dealt with submitting permits for our clients, respective clients to S&P, the payment for any permit is not usually due until you're reconciling the full permit ahead of a placard being issued for the permit to be issued. So just want to make sure that that's clear and that that's not some form of misrepresentation of what the process is. So Commissioner Alvarez, you have the floor.
Chairman, the motion order regard to docket BCA 007-1. I, Jose Alvarez, move to deny the appeal would hold it or find that's not an error.
Yeah, I think it was breaking up a little bit. Missy, were you able to hear everything, or is that just on my side?
He was breaking up, but I did hear that he said that he finds no error in the safety and permits decision, and he upholds he denies the appeal and upholds the decision.
Gotcha. Just want to confirm that that's what I heard.
I second Commissioner Alvarez's motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Alvarez and a second by Commissioner Gonzalez to deny the request for appeal by the applicant, finding out the Director of Safety and Permits did not make any error in the issuance of this permit. Roll call. Commissioner Alvarez?
Yay.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yay.
Commissioner Rufo?
Yay.
Commissioner Agins?
Yes.
And Commissioner Diaz?
Yes, but there we go. Yeah, Jose's name's right now. Yes, I'm good.
Okay. And Commissioner James, yes. That motion passed unanimously.
Okay, folks, I'm gonna sign out and sign back in. See if I hold my internet. Okay.
Gotcha. Thank you. Next docket item.
Okay, I can't seem to get to my camera. The next item is item number 3, BZA docket 00821 for a property at 1930 Hogger Street. This is a request for a variance to permit the construction of a 2-family residence with insufficient lot depth. I'm hearing somebody's background noise. Can you mute your screen or mute your mics? As a reminder to the board, the staff recommendation is for denial, and I do believe we have public comments on this item. All right, in support of this application, Cameron Mahmood, 1920 Pogger Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70116. In support of this application, I would like to participate in the zoning meeting. Next comment in opposition of this application, SP Johnson, 2822 LePage Nola, 70119. To the BZA, I oppose the appeal in the matter of 1930 Pogger. And that is the end of the public comments for this item. And since there was opposition, the applicant has an opportunity to rebut. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, this is Catherine Harmon, LK Harmon Architects. I just want to say, ask you to please approve this variance for, bullet pointed 3 reasons. One is it used to be a double, and the owner's just asking to put back a double, and it was a dilapidated double, and it's also going to put the vacant lot back into commerce, provide housing for 2 families, and instead of just 1. And then most of the houses in the neighborhood, by a small majority, are doubles or multifamily. A few of them are multifamily. So it fits right in with the neighborhood. It's a traditional design. I just see no reason why we would be denied. So I'm respectfully asked for you to approve the variance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harmon. Any questions from the board? I have just one question, Ms. Harmon. Just with your client, excuse me. Was there any understanding that once the existing property was demolished, that nonconformity goes away with the land?
They did not know that until they brought me into the project. They'd already demolished it in July, and I came along around November, and I alerted them that they would have to get a variance to put it back.
Okay.
So they really did not know that, and they went through the legal route to demolish. It was all through the NCDC process, so forth.
And quick question to staff, whenever that occurs, especially if it has NCDAC approval, traditionally for these type of demolitions, don't you have to have some type of a plan or a replacement plan in place before that's approved?
Not required. It's if you have it, it's required to be submitted, but it's not a requirement to get the demolition permit.
Gotcha. Any other questions from the board? What's the pleasure of the board?
Well, I just had a question just for staff, Todd. So what is permissible in the site by right that is not a double with insufficient setback, with insufficient lot?
So there is not a lot requirement, a lot depth requirement for a single family in this district, but there is for 2-family or multifamily.
Yeah, Commissioner Alvarez, that was one of the things that confused me when I first saw this application. And it does kind of, it is called out on page 4 of the report where they do talk about for the single family, there's no requirement on depth. So it's not a property where they're losing the 100% of the development rights. It's just the density that's being proposed is lost. Any other questions from the board? Is there a motion?
Right, Mr. Chairman, it's a motion in order.
Proceed.
In regard to docket BZA 008-21, I, Jose Alvarez, move to deny the request of the waiver. Request of the variance at Article 9, Section 9.3.8, Table 9.2, minimum lot depth, and withhold the staff recommendations as it fails to meet 6 of the 9 criteria.
We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Sorry, second.
Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Alvarez and a second by Commissioner Agins to accept the staff's recommendation for docket number BZA 008-21 regarding Article 9, Section 9.3A, Table 9.2 for minimum lot depth, establishing that the 9 criteria have not been met and move for denial. Roll call, Commissioner Alvarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Agins.
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yay.
Commissioner Rufo.
Yes.
And Commissioner Diaz.
Yes.
All right, and Commissioner James, yes. I gotta remember to make sure I say mine on the end. So we have 7 yays and no nays, and that motion passed as presented. Next docket item.
That was 6 yeas, not 7, because
Yes, 6.
Of course, is not here.
6.
Let's see, we're at number 9. The next item is item number 4, BCA docket 00921 for a property located at 84 Maryland Drive. This request is for a variance to permit the construction of a detached garage with insufficient setback from an interior side lot line. As a reminder to the board, the staff recommendation is for approval, subject to 4 provisos. And we do have comments on this item. The first comment is in opposition of this application, SP Johnson, 2822 LePage, NOLA 70119. To the BZA, I oppose the appeal in the matter of 84 Maryland Drive. And the next comment would like to provide or request information regarding this application. Michael Poe, 80 Maryland Drive. The recommendation was made for a tree proviso. If granted, how do the owners have the tree? How do the owners of the tree have an opportunity to see the tree proviso as well as process for compliance? And that's the end of the comments for that item. So since there was opposition, I'm sorry, go ahead, Todd.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Since there was opposition, the applicant has an opportunity to rebut.
My client is definitely willing to hire a landscape architect and, have that landscape architect prepare a tree plan to save the tree. I'm not sure how we would go about sharing that, other than in good faith. My client is definitely willing to, salvage his relationship and maintain a good relationship with his neighbor. So I think in good faith, he would share that plan and discuss that plan with him.
Thank you. That concludes your comments?
Yes.
Thank you. Just a quick question to staff regarding that last point of information regarding the owner of the tree. If anyone can provide clarity, how does the ownership of the tree fall? Does it not fall with the property line?
My understanding, because I have not seen a survey that actually shows, a surveyed location of the tree, but from everything that I can kind of put together, and from what I understand from the neighbors, that the tree is on their side of the property boundary. But I don't have anything, I've never seen anything definitive that says so. The survey that was submitted with the application does not show the tree, nor does the site plan.
Okay.
So I took the neighbors, I took them at their word because I didn't have anything else to go by.
Okay, and if I understand, just from what I've seen in the past, typically it's the canopy of the tree itself and its root system in terms of where it encroaches into the property line. It's the responsibility of that property owner for maintenance of it, as opposed to the direct ownership of the tree. Is that correct?
I do not know the answer to that.
Okay.
Todd, my understanding is that the maintenance responsibility is, if the canopy overcomes someone's property, they're responsible for that canopy. But if the trunk is on your property, then
yeah. So even though the trunk is on someone else's property, it's the canopy in that fall zone that falls below that canopy falls under the purview of that whoever owns the property that it encroaches on. Any further questions from the board?
yeah, I do. I don't fully understand why we can't build a new garage 3 feet distance from both of the property lines. It's not clear to me what's preventing the property owner from building it in a compliant manner.
Are you directing that to staff? Or is that a question, or is it just a comment?
It's a comment, and my question is, why can't we do that? Or why can't that happen? And I can go to staff.
Because the driveway, the existing driveway is where it is. The existing driveway cannot be located to any other part of the property. And in order for the garage to be usable, its entrance has to align with the existing driveway. And the only way to get it aligned, my understanding is that if it were offset by 3 feet from the driveway, the line of the driveway, that you would not be able to maneuver a vehicle into it easily or at all.
I'm just,
That's true.
Yeah.
Can I say something as the applicant? This is Liz Gullett.
Well, I was actually going to make a comment to that. I actually don't agree with that rationale. Looking at what's here in the plan, even if it was shifted 3 feet over, I mean, I would have to see some turning impact study to show that you can't take a indirect line into that garage area. The only other thing that's impending would be the existing AC unit. And that's something that, I mean, if for this type of request could be moved or relocated due plan north to some minimum impact in order to provide a driveway that could go into some type of protected garage.
There's no way a vehicle would be able to access a garage. It's the front of the garage to the back of the house.
Ma'am, I didn't ask you the question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was making a statement as well. So if someone from the board wants to ask a question of you to that effect.
Okay, I apologize. I thought it was my turn.
Yeah, the opportunity to rebut is closed.
Okay.
Someone from the board asks a question of you.
Okay.
Mr. Rufo, I mean, that's the only other thing I see, just kind of to your question, unless someone else has a question of the applicant.
Yeah, it just seems possible to me that the garage could even be moved, I guess, toward the north and have an entrance facing toward the south to turn or take a right turn into. You would lose more of your open space in the yard, but that would allow someone to actually pull into there. I'm not sure if that strategy was explored or not. Was it explored? That can go to the applicant.
Is that a question for me?
Yes.
No, that was not explored. That would take up a huge amount of the existing rear yard to have that turn ability into the, to take that right turn.
Right.
No, that would really damage his existing backyard quality. No, that was not explored, and I don't think he's willing to explore that.
Okay.
I mean, I could always ask, but I don't think so.
But that would also be a way of coming into compliance in some capacity.
Yeah, it would be. It's something to explore, I suppose, but most of these houses have this condition. This is just such a common condition in this neighborhood. These houses, if you look at the report, it states that these houses and these lots were designed with a 0-yard setback at the garages in mind. That's just how, and then with the new zoning ordinance in 2016, that was changed, but it doesn't fit with this particular neighborhood. That requirement. This neighborhood these garages are, I think, but they say 95% on the property line. 95% of them, or a large percentage of them, are on the property line.
This is Rami. I also was looking at just the dimensions. The only dimension I see is 7'6" from the face of the garage to the concrete before the AC. That means there isn't, if I'm just kind of guessing, there isn't a car length between the corner of the building and the proposed garage. So if you were to shift it, I would think you need a little more space to get that turn to work, to get into the garage. So I understand the concern about the dimensions here and why the alignment for the garage, just based on those dimension strings. So. is a motion in order, or are we still?
Yeah. If you're ready to present one.
Yeah, so I'll make a motion to accept in regards to docket 9-21. I move to accept the staff's recommendation, seeing that the 9 criteria have been met and with the noted provisos, which I believe there are 4.
Yeah, Alfonso, I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Diaz and a second by Commissioner Gonzalez to accept the staff's recommendation for BZA docket 009-21, where they're establishing that the 9 criteria have been met and move for approval with the noted provisos for Article 21, Section 21.6A7, accessory structures, interior side yard setback. Roll call vote. Commissioner Diaz.
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yay.
Commissioner Agins.
Yes.
Commissioner Alvarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rufo.
Yes.
And Commissioner James, nay. 5 yeas and 1 nay. That motion has passed as proposed. Next item.
Right, the next item is item number 5, BZA docket 01021 for the property at 939 Orleans Avenue. This request is for a variance to permit the construction of a swimming pool with insufficient setback from the interior side lot line. As a reminder to the board, the staff recommendation is for denial. And
no comments.
No comments, thank you. So there were no comments, no need for rebuttal.
Any questions from the board of the applicant? Not all at once, no.
I was just looking at the dimensions in the plan and trying to, it looks like there's a 2-foot dimension from the property line to the pool. Am I reading that wrong? On page, let's see, what page is that?
It was supposed to be 1 foot. I don't know if it got misconstrued. We did the plan a couple times.
Sorry, it's on page 13 of the report. Well, it looks like it's to the edge of the, not to the edge of the brick, but to the edge of the opening of the
bridge.
So it's like 2 foot, 8 foot width, and then 3 foot.
So is that to the coping edge, or is that?
I was wondering.
Water's edge.
2 feet to the water's edge?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
So where do you measure the pool to then? I guess is a question for staff. What's considered the edge of the pool? Is it the wall of the pool, or I mean, it's a hole in the ground, right?
It is, and there is.
So that's a question to the staff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I believe that's the way to measure it is to the edge of the pool, which what they submitted is the 1 foot, and so that's why they're requesting the 3 foot variance. So it was determined by safety and permits that that was the measurement. I'm not exactly sure exactly where the measurement goes, but that was determined by safety and permits that they need a 3 foot variance.
Yes.
Well, I guess to clarify why I'm asking this question is that, you know, if it's actually 2 feet to the edge of the pool, because the architectural drawings, I'm having trouble. I'm not seeing the pool dimension.
So I think what they're trying to determine from this section of the pool is that it's only that there's an assumption of 1 foot from the water's edge to the structure itself, so that they're trying to use that as a 1 foot setback.
Yeah, well, okay. I guess what I was getting at is if it's 2 feet, if you can sheet it over a foot and make the pool 7 feet wide, but it's got to be 4 feet, right? So the pool would have to be 6 feet wide. Is that?
I have 13 feet.
The 3 foot walkway is required between the house and the pool.
Right.
So they could reduce the size of the pool by 2 feet and move it over 1 feet closer to the house, and they wouldn't need the waiver, technically.
Yeah, I guess that's what I would, yeah. I'm just a little unclear from the drawings because they're showing.
So is that a question to the applicant in terms of alternative compliance? Or?
Yeah, I guess so. Like, is there a way to make this work?
So I have 13 feet to work with, and I'm trying to maintain a 3 to 4 foot distance from the home to the pool just to maintain the integrity of the structure itself, and then also give myself a walkable path. And if I do an 8 foot wide pool, then I have 3 or 4. If I do 4 plus 8 is 12. I have a 1 foot walkway between the pool and the fence that's on the neighboring property that's not of any use to either one of us. And if I have to replace that fence, which I did last year, I'm going to have to access the neighbor's property anyway. So the 1 foot just gives me a little bit more work room and distance from the historic structure.
But to clarify, the 4 feet is from the property line, not from the fence.
No, the 4 foot is from the house to the pool on the left side, then an 8 foot wide pool, and I'm trying to put the pool.
Sorry, no, the code reads 4 feet from the lot line.
Yes.
So,
and that's when I submitted all of those other pictures of pools in the French Quarter that none of them are 4 foot. They're all 1, maybe.
Right, but I'm just trying to clean up the plan drawings here where you've got a 2 feet from the edge of the pool to the property line. And if you're required 4 feet, you know, and you've got an 8 foot pool. I mean, there may be a way to get this to comply by narrowing.
1 foot from the structure, which damages the foundation of the property, possibly.
You keep the pool the same distance from the house that you've got to draw on. I'm saying you narrow the pool a little bit, and you can cheat. I mean, I'm saying to narrow the pool by 2 feet. So you've got a 6 foot pool instead of an 8 foot pool, and then it looks like it complies. But I may be reading the plan wrong.
Well, that gives me 2 foot from the house to the pool.
No, it's 3 feet. It's 3 feet for the walkway, 6 feet for the pool, and then you have 4 feet to the property line. It's not the fence, it's the property line. So you've got, if I'm reading your drawings right, that's what you've got here. So that's, I just would recommend that.
I'm just trying to get the pool away from the house as far as possible because the walkable space on the right side doesn't mean anything. And the owners next door are even in favor of it shifting that way just because there's no impact to them. And it creates a little bit more distance between my house and the pool for a structural integrity for both.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm just, my challenge here is I see an opportunity to still get a pool that works, fits within the, you know, your desired distance from the building as well as from the property line.
And I could shrink it a foot and move it 2 foot to the property line if I could do that. I mean,
but I'm just saying that there's a way to modify this pool to work. It would result in a narrower swimming pool. But I would just recommend that. I mean, I don't know if you want to maybe consider deferring it to clarify your drawings a little bit, maybe get a better measured drawing. But it just feels like there's a solution here using the existing property line and working from that, narrowing up the pool a little bit.
And also to echo Commissioner Diaz's point, I mean, whenever we see a point of alternative compliance, that's always going to kind of reign supreme in some cases. The other point is that I think the premise behind why this setback requirement exists, while you're trying to protect the property the building that you have on the property, a big part of why they have moved this requirement is also to protect the neighboring properties. So in the case that there was ever a failure of that pool system, let's say if that wall on that side was to be compromised, you could create a ground washout issue into the neighboring property, which could compromise their structure in some capacity. So that's a big part of why this exists within a CZO.
And the pool gentleman did take that into consideration, and their property is actually several inches higher than mine, and mine runs to the street in a downward fashion, and there's subsurface drainage out for the pool.
So I'm not speaking to how water would wash away if it was to splash out of the pool.
No,
I'm talking about if there was ever a failure within the ground. You could have a washout issue below the surface that can compromise an adjacent structure if it's not correctly, if it doesn't have enough distance to protect what's around it.
And there is a 5-foot walkway between the fence and the neighboring property too.
Okay.
That's why the owners didn't object.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions from the board?
Well, does somebody else have a question? I was just going to recommend if you consider deferring and looking at your drawings again before we, it's just a thought. But Matt, did you have a question? I saw your.
Yeah, I was wondering if staff, if Travis, if anyone had looked at the reasoning behind other neighboring properties with less than 4-foot buffers, the reasoning behind, exceptions to those, variances to those. Were those variances? Were those permitted?
There's never been a variance granted to reduce the pool setback in the quarter, or we haven't seen any. But those were all pools that were most likely constructed before the CZO, the new rules.
Okay, and correct me if I'm wrong, staff. We had something a couple months ago, maybe, about building water features up against the property line in the French Quarter, and there was a lot of discussion about these tight lot lines and property concerns about water.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, their lot is smaller than, more narrow than most lots in the neighborhood. So we did include that in the report, but there haven't been any variances granted for reduced pool setbacks.
And I think in that case, Commissioner Diaz, that was an above ground water feature as opposed to an in-ground pool.
True, yeah.
There's
special rules in the quarter, right? So
Yep. It's always one. So to the applicant, I know Commissioner Diaz introduced the concept of a deferral for you to consider alternative dimensions. Is that something you want to entertain?
I'd rather entertain that than a strict vote down, and then, obtain some more, information from the neighbors and the pool contractor as well.
Okay. Commissioner Diaz, does that provide you with the clarity you need?
Yeah, happy to make a motion if one's in order.
Proceed.
So I move in regards to docket BZA 1021, I move to defer for 30 days to allow the applicant time to confer with their contractors and architects and other professionals to see if there's a way to make this work within the property line, the 4-foot setback.
And we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Diaz. Do we have a second?
Mara Egan, second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Diaz, a second by Commissioner Eggins to defer docket BZA docket number 010-21 for 30 days to allow the applicant time to confer on other options and levels of compliance. With that being said, Commissioner Diaz, roll call vote.
Yes.
Commissioner Eggins.
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yay. Commissioner
Rufo.
Yes.
And Commissioner Alvarez.
Yes.
And Commissioner James, yes. That's six yays, 0 nays, and that motion passed for 30-day deferral.
Just to note, I have to go. I have a conflict, so
okay.
I'll see you all next time.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Sure. Take care. Happy Mardi Gras, y'all.
Okay, the next item is item number 6, BZA docket 01121 for the property at 7412 Canal Boulevard. This request is for a variance to permit the construction of a single-family residence with a circular drive located in the required minimum front yard. As a reminder to the board, the staff recommendation is for denial. And there were no public comments received for 11, so no need for rebuttal.
Thank you. And just a quick question of staff. In the packet, there's no reference to the actual site plan. It's just the elevations of the lot. Was that an oversight?
That may have been oversight. So you're saying it wasn't in the attachments?
I'm seeing something inside of an email that's just more of it's showing a circular style driveway and highlights, but I'm not really sure what's really being requested.
Okay, that was an oversight. There was a site plan that was submitted. The request is for a circular drive, and the parking pad that's within the circular drive is closer to the street than 20 feet. They're required to have a 20-foot setback, and right now it's only 7 foot 6 inches setback.
Okay. So it's only allowed if it has a certain dimension, correct?
So in that district, circular drives are allowed, but they're only allowed when they're not within the required front yard. So the required front yard is 20 feet. So if the parking pad was further than 20 feet, it would be okay, but it's closer than 20 feet to the street.
Okay. So in either case, even if we had the plan, there's not enough area within the front of the structure to allow it in any capacity.
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions from the staff, from the board? And Haley, I'm referring to page 30 of the overall PDF.
Okay, with the yellow markups?
Yeah, is that the actual site plan or was that a reference
That's
plan?
similar to the site plan. The issue was when it was originally submitted, the curb cut was wider than 12 feet. So the yellow highlight was just showing them how they can reduce the width of the curb cut to come into compliance.
So
But,
the modified plan is not a part of the packet.
by mistake, yeah.
Okay.
But basically, the house itself is set back 20 feet. It's right at the required setback.
Okay. So any other question from the board?
Yeah, I was looking at the aerial plan of there's a similar condition existing 7442 house down. 7515 also seems to have this sort of turnaround within the setback.
Okay.
So it's only maybe 2 conditions out of the entire, like 4 blocks.
Yeah, it looks like 2 out of the 85 properties surveyed had that condition. I was curious, Haley, did you get any sense for how those other circular driveways were permitted?
I did not look back they did not receive variances. So it may have been before the regulations went into effect.
Often enough, you get people who will come in with these applications doing it the correct way, and they end up getting their hand slapped quicker than everyone else who does it the wrong way. So it's not validating a process by which how to get this done. It's just unfortunate reaction. Any other questions from the board? What's the pleasure of the board?
Motion to
Yes, sir. Proceed.
In regard to docket 011-21, the Alvarez moved to deny the request. The waiver article. Article 22, section 22, 11B. 1A I.
All right, your audio is going in and out again.
Again?
Yeah, sorry about that. But I did pick up, you did accept the staff's recommendation.
Yeah, staff recommendation, not meeting the 7 provided.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
It's Matt Rufo. I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Alvarez and a second by Commissioner Rufo to accept the staff's recommendation for docket number BZA 011-21, denying the request for variance for Article 22, Section 2211 B1AI for curb cuts. And as mentioned, denying that request as 7 of the 9 criteria have not been met. Roll call vote. Commissioner Alvarez.
Yay.
Commissioner Rufo.
Yay.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yay.
Commissioner Agins.
Yay.
And Commissioner James, yay. That's 5 yays and no nays. That motion passes presented. Next item.
The next item is item number 7, BZA docket 01221 for the property at 1900 Charbonnet Street. This request is for a variance to permit a 2-family residence with more than 1 curb cut. As a reminder to the board, the staff recommendation is for denial. And so one item in support of this application, Karen Johnson, 2360 Holiday Drive. I am in favor of the request. And that's the only comment for this item. There was no opposition, so no need for rebuttal.
Thank you.
This is Ricardo with Spectrum. We would just like to, we weren't able to be a part of the meeting earlier, but we would like to make one comment if it's allowed at this time.
Yeah, so if someone could introduce a motion to suspend the rules to allow the applicant time to present. This was the item that earlier they were not present. So if anyone would like to entertain a motion to accept their comments.
I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules to hear the applicant's comments that we missed earlier.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Gonzalez.
Seconded.
Alvarez will second.
Okay. I'll let Commissioner Eggins steal that second from you. She moved quicker. We have a motion on the floor in a sec. Motion by Commissioner Gonzalez, a second by Commissioner Eggins to suspend the rules and allow the applicant. What's the standard presentation time? 5 minutes. Thank you. That would be 5 minutes of time. And instead of doing a roll call motion, are there any objections by the board? Hearing none, that motion passed unanimously. The applicant, you have 5 minutes of time to present.
Thank you very much for your time. Basically, we're not here to say that there is this anywhere else in this neighborhood, but we would like to make the point that this is a corner lot. It is zoned as a 2-family residence. In the normal zoning for a 2-family residence, you must have a driveway paired on one curb cut of only being 12 feet. And then it has to go to 17 foot in width after that point. In the way that we did it for this 2-family residence, it would, considering one unit is front facing and the other one is on a completely different street, they wouldn't ever see each other. Although they were living in a 2-family residence, they have 2 separate entrances on 2 separate streets. And that's why we felt that they should get the approval for having 2 separate driveways, because in this case, they would never actually see each other. And that also that, we understand for these properties that are in between other neighbors, but this is a corner lot. These 2 curb cuts would be on 2 separate roads, not right next to each other, sharing the same street face. And so I guess that is all. I just wanted to get everybody's opinion on what, does that work, I guess? Because in these small New Orleans lots, it can get kind of tight, going 17 foot off the front of the street. And then the other one, if we put the driveway all the way in the back, then the person who lives in the front unit has to walk all the way up around and into their unit. I guess that's all.
All right, thank you, Ms. Gordon. Any questions from the board of the applicant? Just not to suggest a motion, but something that I think that's of value in this submission is considering that this is being treated as not what we would consider the traditional layout of a double, that while one entrance is coming from Charbonnet Street and the others coming from North Prier, I think it introduces a unique option to really provide the off-street parking for both units, but not really creating a mass of concrete or asphalt, some type of paving situation that would be a little bit more detrimental to the site and with consideration for permeability and runoff from this site. And I mean, I just think that this is at least more of a creative way of how the plan could have been approached, considering this is a corner yard application for a double. And I know that in the past, we've had this kind of back and forth on other double properties when people do try to provide the off-street parking for both units. We've gotten into this stacking issue and other proposals, which is not truly in the best intent of how you would typically see how neighbors would function in terms of who would pull in first, who would pull in second. So that's just my particular take on this, unless anyone else has further comments. Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board? Is there a motion or any further questions?
Mr. Chairman, motion.
You can proceed.
Hopefully my audio doesn't bail on me.
Here we go. We good.
All right. In regard to docket 12-21, Jose Alvarez moved to approve the request of a waiver of the articles 22, section 2211B1. So it relates to two-family residents and more than one curb cut, to accept the 9 criteria presented by the 9 criteria, the design presented by the applicant to allow for those 2 curb cuts.
Any provisos to go with that motion?
Yeah. So, and I will move to include the 3 standard providers.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
I'll second it, Alfonso.
All right, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Alvarez and a second by Commissioner Gonzalez. With regards to docket, BZA docket number 012-21, with regards to the requested waiver of Article 22, Section 2211B1 for curb cuts, permitting 2 curb cuts instead of the one as required for that one waiver of a curb cut, and accepting Commissioner Alvarez's comments that the 9 criteria have been met as provided by the applicant with the 3 noted provisos. Roll call vote, Commissioner Alvarez.
Yay.
Commissioner Gonzalez, you on mute? Yay. Commissioner Rufo,
No.
no. Commissioner Eggins,
Yay.
and Commissioner James, yes. That motion is passed with 4 yeas and 1 nay. Next docket item.
Okay, the next item is item number 9, BZA docket 01421 for the property at 4113 Geminaville Street. This request is to permit the construction of a single-family residence with insufficient lot area and insufficient lot width. As a reminder to the board, the staff recommendation is for approval, subject to 3 provisos. And there's no public comments for this item.
Since no public comments were provided, any questions from the board? What's the pleasure of the board?
If there's a motion in order.
Yes, sir. Proceed.
Regarding docket BZA 041-21, I move for approval following the staff's recommendation with the 3 noted provisos. I'm trying to get back. Yep, 3 noted provisos. I'm finding that following that the variances have met all 9 criteria for Article 4, Section 4.6.f of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance.
And just as a point of order, I think there was a little mishap there. We skipped docket number 13-21 and jumped to 14-21. So since we're already at the point of a motion right now, can we go ahead and just suspend the rules, hear this one out of order so we could finish docket 14-21, then we'll come back to docket 13-21?
That's fine if somebody wants to make that motion.
Yeah.
So moved.
Okay. Is there a second?
Albert, second.
Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Gonzalez, a motion and a second by Commissioner Alvarez to suspend the rules and to hear docket number 014-21 out of order. We will come back to docket number 13-21 shortly thereafter. Any objections by the board? Hearing none, that motion passes unanimously. Commissioner Gonzalez, you want to finish your motion?
Yep, I think I had it finished. Just to recap, I'm moving for approval of docket 014-21, finding that the applicant met all 9 criteria, and I move for approval following the staff's recommendation, subject to the 4 noted provisos.
Okay. All right, there's a motion. Do we have a second?
Yeah, Albert, second.
Okay.
Mara?
No, it's all right. I'll give you that one this time, Jose. We have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Gonzalez and a second by Commissioner Alvarez in support of the staff's recommendation for BZA, for docket number BZA 014-21. Addressing the requested waiver for Article 13, Section 13.3A1, Table 13.2 for minimum lot area, and Article 13, Section 13.31A, Table 13.2 for minimum lot width, and move for approval with the 3 noted provisos. And understand that the 9 criteria have been met in case I didn't say that the first time. Roll call vote, Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yay.
Commissioner Alvarez.
Yay.
Commissioner Eggins.
Yay.
Commissioner Rufo?
Yay.
And Commissioner James, yes. That's 5 yeas, 0 nays, and that motion passes presented. Going back to docket number 13-21.
Okay, sorry about that. The next item is item number 8, BZA docket 01321 for the property at 1407 Bordeaux Street. This is a request to permit an addition to an existing single-family residence resulting in insufficient rear yard setback. As a reminder to the board, the staff recommendation is for denial, and there were no comments for item number 8. So no need for rebuttal.
Okay. All right, any questions from the board? Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board? Just real quick, I think the only point of concern I had with this one is looking at the rear site plan, or at least the proposed plan. I'm not seeing where the plan is really impacted to provide any type of addition in the rear yard that would still fall within compliance. Understand that for that additional 2 feet, it looks like it's just adding into a larger room, which if reduced would not be rendered unusable. Just not sure if any consideration was made by the owner and their designer at the time. And I know, was it Ms. Weber that was on for this one?
Yes.
Was there any consideration by the applicant to do that, to look at what can be in compliance?
Yes, they did. And it was determined that for the best use for the addition would be to build within what the existing other properties along Britannia and on that block. 7 of the 11 surveyed are all built in that 15-foot yard setback. And so the addition would be in the same line, actually pushed back a little further, so giving more of a depth in the rear lot as all the other properties along Britannia.
So you're saying that in more often than not, the rear yard is lesser than this condition?
Correct. So yes, so out of the Britannia and Pitt Street, and then there's another one on Valence, most have a rear yard setback like 8.5, 12 feet, 13 feet. So in looking at that, we took basically the minimum of those setbacks and went with that, so that the house would be meeting the development pattern of the other homes that are built within their rear yards, which actually acts for this house as the side yard because the frontage is on Bordeaux and not Britannia.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? And you're saying that's more from a functional frontage as opposed to the required front yard?
Functional frontage. Oh yeah, so the frontage along Bordeaux is the frontage. I mean, that is, for all intents and purposes, that is the function of the Bordeaux entrance, is the front yard. Unfortunately, it doesn't fall in line with the CZO wanting the frontage on Britannia. However, it has always acted as the front yard. And there's several other examples of houses on corner lots, even on that block, where the frontage is on the side street, which the code would consider the front of the house.
Even though that there's a more of a decorative entry on the Britannia side as well, because I'm seeing it could be read either way.
So that yard has been fenced in and treated like a side yard.
Okay.
Where it would otherwise front on Britannia, and it is set back significantly more than the other houses.
Got it. Any other questions from the board? What's the pleasure of the board?
But effectively, I think the city sees this as the backyard though, right? That's why the variance is on the backyard.
Correct.
Side yard.
Correct.
That's correct.
Okay. What's the pleasure of the board?
One more question. Is this, so this addition maintains the required amount of open space and impermeable surface?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. Yes, we still exceed the required open permeable space. I think we're at 33% and it's supposed to be 30%. Oh, excuse me, we're at 44% permeable open space with the addition.
I actually think it drops down to 33%. Is that Nicole, right,
Oh,
Nicole?
Yeah, yeah, you're right. I was going on the right direction at first, so so yeah, we would be providing 34%.
Okay.
Excuse me, provided, required, 30% is required, provided is 44%. Let me double check on the plans because I'm just taking it off of your report, Kelly. I know it's in here. All right, so we had actually supplied a set of plans in December that show the open permeable. It doesn't look like it made it to the report, but they were provided because staff had asked us to add that in. And according to the plans that were provided in December, we are at, let's see, required minimum open permeable space at 30%. So we've got 1,335 square feet of open permeable space.
And that appears to be preserving what's also listed inside the existing site plan. It's showing the same reference. Or is that not the case?
You know what, I apologize. I was looking at the wrong set of plans. When I was referring to that, I believe it is in the staff's report. Yep, it's in the staff's report. That's on page 3. If you all wanted to move forward with the next one, I can give you the exact percentage and just verify it because I don't want to just be quickly trying to scan it and give you the wrong percentage.
That would be up to the board if anyone wants to introduce a motion to suspend the rules, and we defer this item to later in the agenda so that the applicant's representative could have time to clarify that reference. Anyone want to introduce that motion or not? Hear no comment. What's the pleasure of the board?
And just one more question. Was there any concerns with the neighbors about sort of extending the building all the way back? Or
So
side-
there was one letter of support for the adjacent property owner at 4731 Britannia, and that's in the report. I did see there was another email sent to staff, and it's not necessarily opposition, more so this individual who didn't give their address just wanted to notify the staff to let them know that there was construction going on at the site this summer and that the fence was replaced. I asked my client about that, and it's a deck that was constructed, the footings and then deck, just open deck area. So there wasn't any unpermitted work going on. And the fence along Bordeaux, it was in poor condition. And so that fence was replaced, but to his knowledge, it does not exceed the allowable height, the fence height, and was replaced with same as what was there before.
Okay.
But again, this individual didn't provide an address and then also didn't say that she was necessarily opposed. It was more information. But we do have a letter of support from the adjacent property owner at 4729 31 Britannia.
Sounds good. Mr. Chairman, is the motions in order?
See,
in regard to docket BZA 01321, Jose Alvarez moved to approve the request of the waiver of Article 11, Section 11.3A1, Table 11.2A, rear back setback, as the evidence presented by the applicant and the letters of approval in the previous history of approval of this variance as to meet 9 of the 9 criteria with, I would say, with added typical 3 provisos.
thank you. We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Rufo, I'll second that.
All right. We have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Alvarez and a second on the floor by Commissioner Rufo for BZA docket number 013-20. Modifying what's stated in providing approval for the requested waiver of Article 11, Section 11.3.A1, Table 11.2A for rear yard setback, where it's presented that accepting that the 9 criteria have been met and accepting the applicant's letter to substantiate that and move for approval with the 3 standard provisos.
Just want to say something really quick before y'all vote. I noticed on the screen previously that it was for the wrong docket number. I just wanted to make sure that that was fixed because it was for docket number 1521 and this should be 1321.
Thank you. Staff, you want to make sure we correct that before we accept that roll call vote?
Yes, we have it corrected. I think it's just the way the Granicus system works, so they will go under the correct item.
Okay, so let's just make sure we have special notation that this is for 1321. Roll call vote, Commissioner Alvarez.
Yay.
Commissioner Rufo.
Yay.
Commissioner Eggins.
Yay.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yay.
Commissioner James, yes. That's 5 yeas, no nays, and that motion is approved.
Commissioner Forrest is back.
Oh.
I was just going to mention, I was going to say that I'm here. I don't know because I was only here for the tail end of the discussion, like the last 5 minutes, if it was appropriate for me to vote or not.
I'm not sure when you came in. I didn't notice, so it's okay. It's not, you're not recusing. You just weren't here for the discussion, and there was a lot of discussion on this one. But
Okay.
now that you're back and we can hear you, we'll let you
Yes, I
take
had to
back
switch,
over running the meeting.
Yay, I'm relieved. Yes, no. So that motion moves. That motion's approved with 5 yeas. Back to you, Commissioner Forrest.
Thank you.
And we're
So
on
back
15.
to Veronica, actually.
Valerie.
Valerie, I'm sorry. I'm looking at something.
Okay.
Forgive me.
It's okay.
My daughter's
I
middle
get that
name
a lot,
is
but that's okay. All
My
right,
apologies.
no worries. The next item is item number 10, BZA docket 01521 for the property at 937 Henry Clay Avenue. This is a request to permit a curb cut over a critical root zone of a tree. As a reminder to the board, in light of the detrimental reliance, the staff recommendation is for approval, subject to one proviso. There are public comments, and Emily is going to read the public comments for this case.
Thanks, Valerie. Just confirming everybody can hear me. I know I had some issues earlier.
I can't hear. If it's trouble, I can read for her.
You can't hear me?
You just sound like you're very far away from the microphone, even though we can tell you're right up against it.
I'll go ahead and take care of it. Just give me a moment. Okay. In support of the application, Judy Arsenault, 901 Henry Clay Avenue. There are several homes on this block, 3 who currently have off-street parking / driveways similar to what the Youngs are requesting. As a matter of reference, 2 of the 4 without driveways had their car windows vandalized or broken into in the last few months while parked on the street. We do not object to the Young's driveway request for a driveway, and actually think, given the 3 young children they have, the driveway is needed, as the driveway is a needed safe measure. You may drive up and down Henry Clay Avenue for blocks and see where driveways have been made, where curb cuts was made over the critical root zone of a tree. Next comment is in support of the application. Donald Irwin, MD, 904 Webster Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70118. When coming and going from their home, the family has to maneuver their 3 small children into and out of their car, which can be parked at the very busy intersection of Chestnut Street and Henry Clay Avenue. The proposed driveway is thoughtfully designed, unobstructive, and will allow increased safety for the family when going from the house to the car, and for Dr. Young when he comes home from the hospital late at night. I have lived in the neighborhood long enough to remember when the nearby neighbor was shot and permanently paralyzed while getting out of her car at night. The small driveway affords this increased safety without altering the character or appearance of the neighborhood. The Youngs are not seeking special privilege. Adjacent homes have similar driveway configurations, and many of the homes in the neighborhood have created off-street parking by making similar driveways, often with the same proximity nearby trees and houses, to nearby trees and houses. The city has issued permits identical to this in the past. Dr. and Mrs. Youngs have carefully followed the city's written rules and requirements for this project, and this has been confirmed by inspection by appropriate city agencies. The next comment in support of this application, Scott Zander, 1001 Webster Street. I am fully supportive of the applicant's waiver request and the staff recommendation for approval subject to the proviso, particularly in light of the significant detrimental reliance by the applicants. I do, however, take some issue with the staff's position that the variance is based exclusively on the convenience and profit of the owner, standard 7. In particular, I take issue with the specific sentence from the staff report stating the applicant's desire for off-street parking is strictly for their convenience. In a time when car break-ins in this neighborhood have become so commonplace, both armed and unarmed, both pre-dawn and broad daylight, the request for off-street parking by the applicants, who are parents of 3 young daughters, is much more a matter of safety in their children of their children than mere convenience. It is also my understanding that it is also my understanding that as long as risk to the tree can be mitigated to the satisfaction of parks and parkways, the city has a history of issuing permits for driveways and curb cuts in situations analogous, I'm not sure how to pronounce that, to one at hand. Sincerely, Scott Zander. Okay, and Emily can take over from here. Go ahead.
All right, can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. All right, the next comment in support of the application comes from Eileen Lillian at 5918 Chestnut Street. We are writing in unwavering support of a common sense issue, allowing a basic living necessity, a driveway for our neighbors, the Youngs. Not only is this an issue that enhances the safety and convenience to the Youngs, but also to the benefit of our entire neighborhood. One less car on the street makes us less susceptible to break-ins, all without sacrificing aesthetic and without any special privilege as approved by the Department of Parks and Parkways. I find it especially appalling that a neighbor who enjoys the same privilege would not want their neighbor to enjoy the same at no cost to their well-being. We are optimistic and hopeful that the Youngs will be granted the safety and peace of mind for their children and generations to come in that house. Thank you for your time. The next comment in support of the application comes from Laura Sims at 6120 Chestnut Street, New Orleans, LA 70118. I am writing to emphasize support for the variance requested for the Youngs curb cut / driveway at 937 Henry Clay. As stated in the previous letter, the design of the project is aesthetically compliant with the character of the property and in line with the many other driveways / off-street parking spaces in our neighborhood. Most importantly, granting this variance will facilitate loading and unloading their 3 children into and out of their vehicle in a manner that is safe and away from the many speeding vehicles on Henry Clay and Chestnut Street. This variance poses no danger to members of the public and could also help to deter car break-ins, which seem to be increasing in our area. The next comment in support comes from Amy Kellenbach at 719 Henry Clay Avenue. We support the addition of a driveway to this property. Not only will it be more efficient and safe for the owners to park in their driveway, it will get cars off the street and the area will look cleaner. It is a win-win benefit for this family and also our neighborhood. Thankful they are going to this effort to make our neighborhood better. Next comment in support of the application comes from Betsy Laborde at 1001 Henry Clay Avenue, New Orleans, LA 70118. My husband, Eric Laborde, and I are in full support of the Young family to be able to receive the permit for their driveway. Permits nearly identical to the one in question here have been previously approved. Further, the Department of Parks and Parkways has determined that the risk to the critical path of the tree in question can be mitigated and the tree will not be harmed. Further, a driveway is not a privilege. As we see it, it is a right as a property owner to be allowed a driveway. We personally have one with an operable gate, as do most of the neighbors on Henry Clay. The Youngs have young children and pulling off of the busy street will keep their children safe. It will not endanger or harm anyone. In fact, it is a deterrent to crime and will hopefully decrease the break-ins on our street. The driveway also will not change the look of the neighborhood, as the design will closely match the look of the house and surrounding houses. They should be allowed to enjoy their property just as all others around us currently are, myself and family included. The next comment in support of the application comes from Paulette Rivas, 1006 Webster Street. I am writing in regards to the zoning matter at property 937 Henry Clay Avenue, New Orleans, Louisiana 70118. The applicant's request for the variance should be granted and the proposed driveway allowed to proceed for the following reasons. Prior city review and approval. Prior to embarking on the project, the applicant received all requisite city zoning approvals and notified their immediate neighbors who consented to the project. Driveway presences at neighbor's house and other homes in area. Numerous other houses. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. There was some background noise. Numerous other houses on the block, including the immediate neighbor's house, have driveways. which were presumably approved without issue by the city. Major thoroughfare. Young children, Henry Clay Avenue is an extremely busy thoroughfare and continues to be under significant road construction, causing traffic to pass the applicant's home on the shoulder of the street. Applicants have 3 young children under the age of 6 years old and are in need of a gated driveway to safely load their children each morning and afternoon. For the above reasons, I respectfully request that you grant this variance and allow the project to proceed without further delay. The next comment in support of the application comes from Tobin Sayer, 1002 Webster Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70118. My fiance and I are extremely supportive of Caroline and Stephen Young's request to put in a driveway at their home at 937 Henry Clay. Many of our neighbors have driveways, and we believe it is very important that they are allowed to add one as well for a variety of reasons. First, the city has issued many permits that are nearly identical to this one in the past. Secondly, we do not believe the driveway will alter the character of the neighborhood whatsoever. Finally, and most importantly, in my opinion, a driveway will give them the safety and security that every family deserves. Caroline and Stephen have 3 young daughters, and Henry Clay is a very busy street only 2 blocks from Magazine and Audubon Park. I have witnessed countless drivers speeding and texting while driving down Henry Clay. Currently, when Caroline parks her car with 3 little girls, she has to make sure they get off the street and into the house safely, sometimes from a block or 2 away. With the driveway, they will be able to safely unload. I also believe it will make the street even more safe because it would be 1 less car on the street, limiting potential break-ins, which happened to me and over a dozen other neighbors just a few weeks ago. Safety is so important, and a driveway could potentially prevent a tragedy from occurring. Once again, we strongly support Caroline and Stephen's request for a driveway, and we hope you all give them the approval to build it. In support of the application from Caroline Strotman, 923 Henry Clay Avenue, I am writing in public support of Caroline and Stephen Young at 937 Henry Clay Avenue. The city has already permitted this driveway and has issued nearly identical permits in the past. The Youngs took all necessary steps to get their driveway permitted, and they mitigated risks to the critical root zone of the tree. Every step was done in accordance with city regulations and with an approved permit. The driveway is already installed in accordance with the permit, and the fact that the driveway work has been stopped following installation makes no sense. The addition of a driveway at 937 Henry Clay Avenue would have no negative effects to the neighborhood. Most importantly, the driveway will keep the Youngs and their 3 small children safe from traffic and crime. The driveway will in no way endanger the public, but will increase the safety of our block by getting cars off of the street. Mrs. Young's car has already been broken into a number of times. The Youngs are not asking for any type of special privilege, rather only wish to use their property in a way that is reasonable, safe, and enjoyed by most other homeowners in the neighborhood. The driveway is already installed and it looks attractive and does not alter the character of the neighborhood. In support of the application from Margaret Maxwell at 1036 Webster Street, we are greatly in favor of allowing a curb cut for Caroline and Stephen Young's home at 937 Henry Clay Avenue. It is absolutely necessary for the safety of their family, which includes 3 young children. We have had several car break-ins in this area, so it would be best if they could park off-street. Thank you for your consideration of the proposal. Margaret and Max Maxwell. In support of the application from Sally Kansas at 1010 Webster Street, New Orleans, LA 70118, it would be a great asset to the city, the neighborhood, and the safety of their young children to have the requested permit for a driveway granted. We have some comments in opposition to the application. First one comes from Charles Curtis at 931 Henry Clay Avenue. Please see my written opposition transmitted in advance of the meeting. This application should be denied because it is entirely for the convenience and profit of the applicants. Detrimental reliance should not be a factor, as I and others made numerous written and verbal attempts to have the previous permit declared illegal prior to any work being done. If safety and permits had acted quicker, no work would have been allowed at all. The next comment in opposition to the application comes from Justin Schmidt, 909 Poydras Street, Suite 1500, NOLA 70112. He is a paid representative of Direct Neighbors, Mr. and Mrs. Charles Curtis. On behalf of my clients, the immediate neighbors to applicant's driveway, I respectfully oppose this application for the following reasons. On page 17 of the staff report, although the staff finds that the request does not meet standard 7 of section 46F, mandating that the variance request be denied, staff recommends approval based on the fact that they have classified it as a detrimental reliance case. The CZO, nor any Louisiana jurisprudence on this matter, recognizes a detrimental reliance exception to the criteria in section 46F. 2, my friend Mr. Opotowski has failed to share with you that my clients attempted to initially appeal the issuance of this permit on November 18th, 2020, long before the applicant did any of the work constituting the detrimental reliance. However, although later acknowledged by the DSP that this was a timely filed application, the BZA refused to accept it as one day untimely. 3, on December 4th, 2020, again before any work was done, I met with Parks and Parkways and Bayou Tree at the site and again explained our position. Parks and Parkways led us to believe that they were still considering a final decision. 4, the next day, December 5th, between 9 and 10 a.m., Bayou Tree cut the route despite our meeting and position. 5, on December 14th, seeing work commence, I again reached out to Director Tammy Jackson, who reviewed our position and again denied to issue a stop work. 6, after pleading again and reiterating the issues, on December 17th, 2020, Director Jackson finally saw our argument and issued a stop work order. Under the circumstances and the history, I respectfully request that this matter be deferred until the February meeting so that we can better illustrate why this is not a detrimental reliance case and why it should be denied. My client should not be harmed because of a mistake of the city that benefits this applicant who had fair notice this was being appealed. Thank you. That is the end of the comments for that item.
Okay, so we had one opposition, is that correct?
We had 2 oppositions.
2 oppositions, so the applicant has an opportunity to rebut.
Commissioners, in response, most of the proponents articulated even better than me the reasons for granting this variance. And the neighbor immediately adjacent to us has almost the exact same driveway that we're asking for approval for. And it's not just detrimental reliance and the fact that Dr. Young, who's sitting right next to me, who has been here all day and ready to answer any questions, but the fact that we've complied with all the requests, we didn't do anything wrong. And notwithstanding their statements that they contacted the doctor in November, he didn't receive any word until December, in early December, when most of the work had already been done. So we take issue with the statements made by Mr. Schmidt and the issues in Mr. Curtis's letter. And again, the staff has pointed out that numerous curb cuts have been granted within the critical root zone over the years, as long as the tree is preserved, which is what we have done. So this isn't just for convenience, and it isn't just detrimental reliance. It would be a significant hardship for them, as articulated by most of the proponents. And so I don't plan on repeating it. Dr. Young is here. If there are any questions for Dr. Young or me, we're happy to answer them. Otherwise, we are in support of the staff's recommendations and agree to the one proviso.
Thank you. Are there any questions from board members?
The only point I'll bring up is just getting back to what they said would have been the remaining criteria that was not met with standard 7. Just talking about the variances based exclusively for the desire and convenience and profit of the owner. But at the end of the day, whether they provided the parking stall in any other location, the site that they're putting it on actually seems to be more costly for them to install. So I'm not seeing where it's really generating some form of, that this gets into like a financial hardship issue. But again, it is still a detrimental reliance as presented by staff. I think it's pretty straightforward, just understanding that component of this application and even understanding and hearing the point of opposition is presented. I'm not seeing where this is falling to cause a issue for the neighbor.
Any other questions or comments from board members?
Is a motion in order?
Proceed.
Madam Chair, regards to docket BZA 015-21, I, Todd James, move to accept the staff's recommendation for the requested waiver of Article 22, Section 22.11B3 for curb cuts, and move for approval, understanding that while one of the 9 criteria have not been met, I would still move for approval as this is a detrimental reliance, and move with that one noted proviso as established by staff.
With regard to docket 015-21, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Alvarez, to grant the requested waiver with the one noted proviso, aligning the detrimental reliance in support of establishing that all 9 criteria have been met. Roll call vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Eggins,
Yes.
Jose Alvarez,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez,
Yay.
Matthew Rufo,
Yes.
and Candace Forrest, yes. 6 yeas, no nays, the motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
Okay. All right, the next item, item number 11, 01621 was withdrawn. We would now begin with new business for safety and permits decision appeals. The next item is item number 12, BZA docket 01721, an appeal of the decision of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits regarding the the determination that swimming pools are prohibited in the front and corner side yards and prohibited in the buildable area between the principal structure and the front and corner side yards. Memorandum Z20-03. And do we have public comments for this one? Since in support of this application, Kate Lala, 16 Turn Street, Lake Vista. I support the homeowner's application for approval permit to build a pool on their property. And okay, the next comment is in support of the application. So hold on a second, let me switch to the other screen. Okay. All right, in support of the application, Daniel Vogelson, 9 Flamingo Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70124. The house on 3 Flamingo Street was permitted by the City of New Orleans to build with the front of the house facing Flamingo Street. Check the building permit and the drawings. The argument that the proposed pool is being built in the front yard is incorrect. The pool is being built in the rear yard in the approved buildable area. Per the statement in the summary report acknowledging that recently other pools had been approved to be built in the same location as 3 Flamingo Street, it seems discriminatory. Now, it's discriminatory that now all of a sudden on this permit, the commission has decided to not allow pools to be built in the rear facing area of the lot. The commission set a precedent when it approved pools being constructed in the rear facing area of the lot. It needs to continue approving applications for pools in this area. Why would anyone want to build a pool in the part of the yard facing the street front yard where there's no privacy and has potential safety issues? Next comment in support of the application, Claudine Christensen, 1115 Robert E. Lee Boulevard, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70124. Please consider allowing the residents of 3 Flamingo Street to proceed with their plans for installing a pool. There are many adjacent neighborhoods neighbors who are allowed to have pools, and it will only enhance the beauty of their home and the neighborhood. Next comment in support of the application, Ryan Christensen, 37 Gold Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70124. The residents of 3 Flamingo Street should be allowed to proceed with their plans for their pool. Next comment in support of this application, Patrick Drennan, 54 Flamingo Street, NOLA 71024. There are a number of homes in the area with pools located in the lane side of the home, and certainly they do not detract from the property values. Older homes and new construction homes, both alike, with pools located on the lane side. I fully support my neighbor's right to determine the best location for a swimming pool on their property. Next comment in support of the application, James McCormick, 1111 Robert E. Lee Boulevard. As the next door neighbor of Stephen Davidson, I am 100% supportive of his family building a swimming pool in whatever area of the property they wish to. The Davidsons have long been exemplary neighbors and engaged members of our community. And what they seek to do, not in any way take from the neighborhood. Please grant this appeal. Sincerely, Jim McCormick. Next comment in support of the application, Anthony J. and Donna C. Paternostro, 2 Spanish Fort Boulevard, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70124. Our house is directly across the street. Her house is directly across Geranian Lane from the Davidson's home at 3 Flamingo Street. We feel the proposed pool will be a complement to the area, and we fully support its approval. Next comment in support of this application, Robert Stewart, 15 Flamingo Street. Lake Vista is large tax revenue source for our city. By limiting the ability to add appropriately designed swimming pools to existing homes, you're reducing the appreciation for surrounding properties as well as lots for sale. Lots in this area are selling for $400,000 to $500,000. Swimming pools are an expectation for residents relocating to this area. Next comment in support of the application, John Gravalet, 53 Gulf Street, New Orleans, Louisiana. There are numerous exceptions to pool locations in the front yard in the suburban, including on the same street as the applicant. I believe that the location in the front yard of the property should be permitted. In support of this application, Amy Barrows, 11 Swallow Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70124. I support the homeowners putting the pool on the lane side of their Lake Vista home because that's where countless pools throughout the neighborhood are located. The next comment is in support of the application, Juan Jimenez, 81 Flamingo. I believe we should be allowed to have pools so long as they are within the buildable area. We bought a lot in this neighborhood with the intentions of building our forever home, and having heard this new limitation is upsetting. And that's the end of the comments for that item. There was no opposition, so no need for rebuttal.
Thank you. Are there questions or comments from board members?
I had a question, Nick. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Rufo.
Okay, sure. I live in the neighborhood, and so I've observed a lot of cases where pools and other structures like fences have been built in violation of the code. And I guess because this is a appeal of a building permit decision rather than a variance, that investigation into other precedents wasn't taken. Is that right?
That is correct. So, this was an appeal of the zoning interpretation memo. So it's more of how are we applying the law, not whether there should be an exception given to the zoning ordinance.
Okay.
So, yeah, you finished, Mr. Rufo?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Thank you.
My question is actually more getting into how do we get to this point? Because I know that, I mean, look, I frequent that neighborhood as well quite a bit, and knowing how many of the pools are situated either in what's now designated as the rear yard versus there's a reference of it being the front yard. And I think there's a difference between front yard and required front yard. And that's where the prohibition language, I think, is clearly stated in the CZO, where it talks about it can only be located within required side yard or rear yard. And that's where I'm seeing the bigger point of disconnect. If it's within allowable built area, it should still remain, it should be allowed to remain within that section. Beyond that point, I'm not seeing how we're stretching the language to say that now the required front yard extends into the required built area just because the house is set back a certain condition. I know throughout town, we have language that speaks to build two lines. So if we're getting into that kind of notation where, let's say the structure, it has to be 20 feet away from the front yard requirement, then that's fine. Then you would have a structure there and the pool would be adjacent to the property. But I'm not seeing where the code clearly establishes that as a requirement and that they wouldn't be able to put the pool within the allowable built area.
Yeah, and so that was kind of how our previous interpretation of this was, that as long as it isn't in that required front yard area, you could build a pool in your buildable area. It wasn't until we started doing additional research on this and we looked at the language in section 21.6A5, where it kind of addresses this exact specific situation. It says, you know, accessory structures are permitted within the buildable area unless specifically prohibited by this section. And it goes on to say, in such cases, the limitations is indicated by language that states permitted to locate only in or similar language, and the designation of the permitted yard or yard. So in a number of sections, including the swimming pool section, it says that swimming pools are permitted to locate only in your rear yard or interior side yard. And so the part which causes problems in this particular case is, you know, the next statement here. When such a location restriction is indicated, the yard indicated includes the area between the principal building wall located parallel to such yard and the lot line, which includes the minimum required yard.
Where are you pulling this from, Nick? Where is that quote coming from in the code?
This is the accessory structures and use section, so 21.6, and it's subsection A5. And this whole section is quoted in my report. I believe it's at the top of the second page of my report. And so because of this section, that essentially says, not only are you not permitted in the required front yard, you're not permitted in the buildable area between the front property line and the principal structure. So that is what's kind of causing the issue for this particular case.
I'm not seeing how that language establishes that now from the building edge to the property line is now the required yard. I'm just not seeing that. I'm seeing that it includes the minimum required rear yard, minimum required yard areas, but it's not establishing that it becomes the required yard.
Correct. It does not establish that it becomes the required yard, but it states that an accessory structure is prohibited in that location. So this would be similar to kind of the parking pad issue where, you know, you're not allowed to park in the front yard, but you're also not allowed to park in front of the structure, even if you're outside of the required front yard. And so this section establishes certain types of accessory structures that are not allowed to essentially locate in front of the main dwelling unit.
So Nick, just like in other parts of the city, you can't build a swimming pool in your front yard, even if it's more than 20 feet from the street. Essentially, the same way you can't build a swimming pool in your front yard in Lake Vista, even if it's set back more than 20 feet from the lane that it's facing onto. And so with this home and many others constructed, it seems recently, the homes have been flipped. That traditionally the front is facing the lane, the back is facing the street. This home and others built, it seems since Katrina, that they've all been reoriented entirely. And it's not clear to me how that was permitted for so many years.
You mean the flip or?
The flip. I mean, it's one thing, I think, to design it to look like the front of the house is facing the street as opposed to facing the lane. But it seems that many of the examples that were provided of other swimming pools that are provided in the lane facing side of the house, that those homes are kind of flipped from the way homes historically in the neighborhood have been designed.
So, and I think some of that comes from what was the inherited covenants that were there with Lake Vista as opposed to the CZO. So there may have been older language in terms of what's created as a front yard as opposed to a rear yard. Because if we look at it purely from how the CZO has always been defined, the shortest lot dimension is what becomes your front yard. And more often than not, with these cul-de-sac, these streets where they do have cul-de-sacs, as you get further into Lake Vista, some of those front yards, some of the areas that now address the street would theoretically become the front yard. But because there's now the overarching language inside the CZO that reinforces, and I know that there's that map graphic that shows what is clearly called out as the front yard, now where it's strictly having to face the lane. That's the new requirement of what they're establishing as front yard. But again, I'm still really just having issue with seeing how even in this functional use, if it's a structure within that area, you're not building something above ground. I know that we do consider pools in some capacity structure because they can tie to a foundation. We're not building something that's a vertical obstruction to create some visual line to restrict how the front of the house would be viewed or perceived. So I'm still really having a problem seeing how in many cases where there's an overwhelming development pattern in this area where pools are in that area, because of course, there's the reference you made, Mr. Rufo, of the lots being flipped, what's front versus what's rear. In most cases, if you're one of those people who, I guess in this case, like this applicant, where the property, their front door now faces the street, they're basically falling shorthanded to their existing condition now that the CZO has been clarified. So now it's kind of like you're rolling a dice, which, basically you're creating conditions that some certain houses are going to be of a certain value and others aren't, just because of their orientation to the lane or to the street. And by that, I think that creates an underlying problem where we don't create a level of equality of how the properties can be viewed throughout that district. And to me, I think that's where the overarching issue falls. And not really sure what drove this to really get down into the weeds of how we got to this point all of a sudden. And I'm gonna say at the 11th hour only because we're dealing with it now, where now this is an issue where there's so many projects throughout this entire district in this neighborhood have been allowed to function that way.
Well, that was kind of the question that I was going to bring up, because I'm just trying to figure out what prompted the memo that becomes the subject of this request. Because if up to this point, prior to this memo, it was actually interpreted differently. So is this the first case that is testing this memo? And then what prompted the memo? And then is this the first case testing whether or not this memo is accurate?
Yes, this is the
That's a
case
question
that
to
prompted the
Mr.
memo. Yeah, so this is the case that prompted the memo, and this is the first case to challenge this particular memo. And why we did the zoning memo on this is because we had not been interpreting the regulations correctly. So we had kind of completely missed this subsection 5, where it had the language that says that not only are the pool and certain types of accessory structures prohibited in the front yard, but also that buildable area between the front of the house and the front property line.
So what triggered that? What triggered that to come up?
Right, because I
Uh,
guess what's
Something had to
concerning to
trigger that.
me that,
So yeah, we had gotten a complaint
and
like,
just to follow up,
so yeah, so the department had
Go
gotten
ahead,
a
Mr. Kendall, I'm
complaint,
sorry.
about this permit saying like, hey, you know, we don't think this permit should be issued because it doesn't comply with the CZO. And I was doing my research to respond to say, yes, it does comply with the CZO. And it wasn't until I'd gotten that complaint and done kind of a more thorough review of the CZO language that I realized, oh, that we had been not interpreting the zoning ordinance correctly. And so this memo was kind of a response to that, to say, hey, yes, this is how the ordinance should be read for things like swimming pools and other accessory structures where there is this similar language that prohibits it in certain portions of the buildable area.
so I guess, and I'm just concerned about the process, because I guess in my mind, hearing what you're saying, this application was going to be approved, but for a complaint coming about this application.
Yes, but that's because we had not been interpreting the ordinance correctly. So we had discovered that we were making a mistake, and we no longer wanted to keep making that same mistake. So that's why we took action to correct it and interpret the ordinance correctly.
But the way that it had been interpreted up until this point was the opposite. So now all of those decisions inherently have been wrong.
And we're essentially creating this larger non-conforming status across this entire neighborhood now, apparently, just by simple sweep of this memo. That's where I kind of really I understand where it may have been, there's an interpretation component, but I'm just having some issue, and I see Ms. Becknell's wanting to chime in.
I did. I'd just like to jump in and say that this is, this is not the first time this has happened in general, because we get new directors and because there are new staff in the zoning agency. Directors' interpretations can change over time. And yeah, it's unfortunate that it does create a break in the past, or it does create a nonconformity, but we do believe that we have an ongoing duty to find the correct interpretation, and to, rather than just rely on an incorrect interpretation because that's the way things have been done, we need to make sure that moving forward we are operating correctly. And that's sort of what has happened here.
I guess the part that I'm concerned about is the statement that a director's interpretation can change, because that gives me the concern to say that now we have a situation where from one director to the next, there can be a difference in interpretation. And I just think for consistency purposes, that makes it a little bit difficult, because then for one director to say, I interpreted it this way, the next director to say, I interpreted it another way, how is it that we as a board can say whether or not there's an error in that interpretation if two different people could say that it can be interpreted different ways? And the fact that in this scenario, the interpretation changed midway, seems like initially there was going to be one decision, someone complained, and then the decision changed. It's just difficult to follow. And I'm just trying to figure out, as the board, how do we sort through this? And that's what I'm speaking for me, that's what I'm having trouble with.
Mm-hmm. And I'm also of the point where even with this, once we get into that type of an interpretation, is this an interpretation that's going to get followed up with a corrective action? Because one part of why the CZO was changed in 2015 was to mitigate issues like this, where we're going to constantly have waiver requests coming in because of non-conforming conditions that were created. And in this case now, I mean, here's the thing, if I would, on an individual basis, if they would have come back and asked for the waiver, I wouldn't see any reason why not to grant it to them, because it's the overwhelming development pattern in that area. So why create something as a memo to further restrict something, especially if we see that that's not the current development pattern in that area? Unless, in my opinion, it seems like someone had a bone to pick and is picking on the situation to create a.
So the issue that we see, that we face with that is, as much as we would love to look at things like the overall development pattern, that's not within our purview. We have to look at the text of the CZO. And so in this case, the text of the CZO leads us to say that this interpretation that we've set forth here is correct, and that this condition would be best achieved through a variance request that does look at the 9 criteria, including the overwhelming development pattern in the neighborhood. It's a process and an extent. It's about the extent of our power as the zoning interpretation.
And totally understand that this is not something that, I'm not saying that Nick, you, Ashley, or Nick are sitting up here unilaterally pushing this issue. I mean, yes, you're being challenged with someone using the reference inside the code to make this request. But I'm just seeing where this is really a lot more problematic because we're only creating a bigger snafu down the road.
Well, this policy, this clarifying policy is not a new policy. It doesn't introduce new language. It simply explains why the decision being made is the correct decision, whereas decisions made for the last 10 years or so, or 5 to 10 years, were incorrect and were not the correct decisions. You know, to continue making decisions based on flawed interpretation, to me seems like a dangerous move, especially when it comes to judging the decision of the Director of Safety and Permits, rather than looking at it from the perspective of granting a variance. Because, you know, and I wonder if in recent years, people were prevented from building swimming pools or other types of accessories in their technical backyards because they faced the street. Was that interpretation also made? Mm-hmm. Nick, do you know off the top of your head?
I'm sorry, the last.
Go ahead, Nick.
What was the last part of the question?
The question was that if for years the department's been permitting accessory structures in front yards, does that mean they've been conversely rejecting applications for accessory structures in what are technically the backyards in Lake Vista? Because that would be erroneous as well, according to the way the CZO is actually written.
Yeah, I don't think that is the case, but I don't have specific knowledge to that. I think it's more of a question of you've got something that we haven't been rejecting stuff necessarily in the rear yard. It's just stuff that's in the front yard, or I guess in this case, the buildable area between the structure and the front yard. We had been granting those permits, and based on reading the text of the zoning ordinance, we decided that we hadn't been applying the regulations correctly. So I think of this less as an interpretation and more of just kind of clearly reading the text of the zoning ordinance and making sure we're applying that correctly.
Yeah,
and I think where there's also, and I think where the further confusion comes is that this is another example of where the case studies were not applied when the CZO was put into place. So again, but in this example, the Lake Vista area has that flip designation of what is the front versus rear yard. So no application of let's test the CZO against those properties to see what would it create, you know, or what type of development pattern would it create if you ran it through the scenarios. So that's where I think that's where another overarching problem falls on this one. And yeah, so I mean, I get it. I get where Nick's trying to come from, but at the same time, I totally disagree with it in terms of its functional premise of, yeah, you're applying it by the letter of the law. I hear that, but it still is a major flaw in terms of how it should be reviewed in this area.
Yeah, and I think from a policy standpoint, like I certainly think there's a very good case that this shouldn't be the way that this is applied, but it's not necessarily my role to say from a policy standpoint, that's the way that it should be applied. That's up to the city council to change the language of the zoning ordinance. And I think it might be appropriate to say, you know, except for Lake Vista, because Lake Vista does have a very unique situation because that is the one neighborhood where these yards are flipped that, you know, it might be appropriate to have pools in these particular locations. But I don't want to get into kind of a policy making role here. I just want to kind of stick to reading the text of the zoning ordinance.
No, I completely understand your function in that space, but I think at the same time, this is something that could be rolled uphill to the executive director, and she could be making a memo in terms of some type of reference, not necessarily guidance, or just something to call out saying, hey, we see this as an inherent issue. And yes, maybe the district council person can address it from there to see if it's a text amendment in order to clarify this. But it needs to get resolved. I mean, at this point, because this is bad.
So there's a lot of issues with Lake Vista in general because of the unique conditions it presents. We have been working with the councilman's staff to try to get clear understandings of every different part of the zoning ordinance. And so they are aware that this is a section that probably requires some legislative investigation and input, because it does, not only is it a complicated section, but it is a complicated section that likely has previously been incorrectly interpreted by the people holding my role at Nick's.
Gotcha.
And just to reiterate again, I'm not trying to put anybody into specific roles either. I think I'm just trying to get back to our function and determining what would whether or not this would constitute an error. And that's the piece that is troubling me, to try to figure out how do you qualify whether or not there's been an error when there's a change in a decision and based upon a complaint that's come from someone, and trying to sort through that thought process to come to whether or not there was an error. And recognizing that you may notice something that has been interpreted differently. It's just, for me, if the question is whether or not there's an error, I'm having a hard time trying to follow that thought process to really make a decision based on the fact that an interpretation was changed.
I'm not entirely sure how to respond to that, but I'm going to take a stab at it. I do think that the reason that section 4.10 exists and that allows for there to be zoning interpretations is because we know the code's not going to be black and white. And an interpretation is just that. It's us taking all the available facts and making what we think is the most correct decision. And then I think the function of this board is to look at all of the facts as well and sit in review of that decision and say, we're looking at the same facts and we agree that that's the correct decision, or we're looking at the same facts and we don't. But I don't know, I guess I would have to defer somewhat to Missy on the issue of whether a changed mind between directors, what effect that has on this board and its ability to make a decision.
I mean, I feel like had it just had the decision, and I mean, not to go back and forth on it, but if it would have just been the original decision, which had been followed previously all along, had been done, where this pool would have been granted, or this request would have been granted, and then the person that complained would have lodged a decision appeal at that point, it's a little bit cleaner of a discussion to follow through. I feel like a change was made prior to that point happening. So the decision was going one way, then it was changed, and then there's an appeal. Whereas had the appeal happened first, when the decision flowed the way that it always had, and these arguments had come up, maybe it would have been a different way to follow it. But I think what I'm struggling with is that the change in the interpretation was done before an appeal, if that makes sense.
Yes, I get what you're saying. And I think what we try to do is make sure that we're not kind of continuously making mistakes where we realize we're not reading the ordinance correctly. And so it's us being responsive and trying to correct our mistakes and not continuing to make mistakes. And so, if we think we are doing something incorrectly, we're not going to tell someone, oh, you've got to pay $250, challenge this to the BZA, if we think that interpretation's wrong and that we shouldn't be reading it that particular way. And so I think in kind of determining whether or not we've made an error in this decision is, are we misreading this language in this subsection 5 on accessory structures and misapplying this language. We think we're not. We think we're now reading it correctly, but if you all disagree, then yeah, you can certainly, uphold the appeal.
I don't disagree. I'm concerned that if we overturn, if we granted the appeal, if we approve the appeal of this, that it's sending a message that it's okay to not follow the CZO in Lake Vista because they haven't done that for years. What other policies that govern with usage and design and setbacks and front yards and backyards can be overturned in this fashion without going through the more formal and kind of better researched variance process.
So Matt, to that point, or simply the CZO does not clearly establish the exemption in this area because of the development pattern. Just like I mentioned earlier with the flip.
I don't agree with that, Todd. I think it's quite clear. I think it's been egregiously misinterpreted in the past.
No, and I'm agreeing with you, Matt. What I'm saying is, just like there's a reference inside of the CZO where in Lake Vista, the front faces the lane, in the rear faces the yard, and that's an exemption for the development pattern of this area. That if a case study would have been run, some exemption language may have been established to allow this to exist inside the CZO, but that because that exercise did not occur, this is now an interpretation that's, I think, is falling by incident and now changing the overall development pattern in that neighborhood, as opposed to the code understanding and reacting to the district that it's regulating. There's an exemption on front yards, what's considered front to right, and it's strictly about Lake Vista. Same application could fall here as well. And that's why I think there's a clear interpretation of the code, but is it, once again, did it go through the proper channels to make sure that it was clarified of how it would be enforced down the road once it was established?
And I will say that
I'll say this, if we were to uphold, go ahead, Nick.
I was just going to say, and this interpretation goes beyond Lake Vista because, this applies citywide, although with these sort of swimming pool issues, I feel like, a lot of these kind of run into Lake Vista just because of the uniqueness of the lane being the front and so many of these houses kind of being developed backwards. And so, but yes, this is a Lake Vista issue as well.
So may I ask you this question real quick, Nick, and I'm going to stop after this one. Let's say if they had added on to the house on one side and built some type of condition all the way to the front property line, to the front build to area, and that building extended past that point, all of a sudden now they would be able to build the pool back here, right?
Yes, that would be correct because it depends, because the language says between kind of the front wall of the principal structure. So if the principal structure was all the way at the front property line at 20 feet and there was kind of that area there for the pool behind that front wall, then yes, that the pool would be compliant with this regulation.
Okay. If we're facing the lane, that wouldn't remain a no-build area between the 20-foot buffer from the lane.
No, what we're saying is if they added on to the back of this property up to the setback line in any configuration, it could be something very simple. They would then be allowed to have the pool behind that condition inside the build area. It's this weird.
Don't quite follow it, but
I mean, any expansion of the existing house that will come all the way to the setback line, once that built line moves, or as Nick refers to, the parallel condition of the front wall comes closer to the front property line, they will be able to put anything behind it. or beyond that parallel line.
Yeah, it's kind of similar to the situation we do see, speaking of like front yard parking, where we see a lot of houses that are kind of have that little skinnier portion and then kind of a spot notched out for the parking space. If you did something similar to that with a pool where, you know, instead of the parking space, it's a pool in that kind of notched out area, then yes, that would comply with this section of the zoning. They'd be able to get a pool permit for a pool in this particular location.
So it sounds, so at this point, it's, the code's messed up in my interpretation. And as far as I'm looking at it, the code is messed up right now in terms of how it applies to this property and other properties like it in that neighborhood. So if it was for them coming in for a waiver, I would sit up here and say, yes, I know we're not dealing with a waiver of variance at this time. It's about the interpretation of the code. But I think all of the justifications are there down the road. Or just a text amendment, be so helpful. Be really nice if they're, never mind.
Any other questions or comments from board members? Or is it still clear as mud?
If I had my comment to the applicant, apply for your waiver.
I definitely understand Commissioner Rufo, kind of the way that you explained. We're sort of stuck in a, I don't want to say a trick bag, but we're kind of in a situation now where it's almost like, I think Mr. Kendall mentioned, now that a supposed misinterpretation has been put forth, you kind of can't undo that thought process now. And so I'm still just kind of struggling with how we got to this point is, I guess, the difficult part for me. I mean, and I, you know, just to be frank with my feelings, I feel as though a complaint, you know, a person can complain on the front end and sway a decision is how I feel like at this point, that the decision changed based on a complaint. And so I just don't know if that was the proper process to handle a complaint, if it was appropriate to handle at that stage of the process or later. So that's what is kind of having me back and forth.
Yeah, and I just want to say, like, the complaint just happened to be the impetus for this in this particular case. It was just the cause for us to kind of take a look at it, to respond to the complaint in the other way, and then realize, oh wait, we're not reading this right. So yeah, to the extent that, you know, people point out that we've been doing something wrong, we want to be responsive to that. But in general, if it's just someone complaining and it's not held up by what the language of the CZO is, then we're not going to change our decision just to respond to complaints.
Right. We want to make sure that everything that comes in, whether it's a complaint or a question, we're looking at it on a case-by-case basis, doing our own research and coming to what we think is the correct answer. Regardless of how it comes to it, we need to make sure that what the department ultimately puts out to the public is what we feel is correct. And so in this case, that's what we've done.
All right, Madam Chair, is a motion in order?
Are there any other questions from board members? Go ahead with your motion.
I want to clarify this first, because this is very frustrating when we see cases like this, but this is through the process of how the CZO is functioning. I didn't really agree with this situation completely when I first read this report. I still don't agree with it, but understanding the clear interpretation of the CZO and how jacked up it may be in this case, I would have to say that I do agree with the director in terms of their interpretation, but I would strongly advise the applicant apply for your variance, apply for the waiver so that it can be addressed accordingly. And at the same time, also contact your councilperson's office and make sure that their land use person is addressing this as well, so that the language can be amended so that this doesn't become a windfall of an issue down the road, because that's where this is now. But I think this is a conversation that needed to be had in order to further clarify and justify what is the process forward. So after that big long rant, I, Todd James, move to follow the recommendation of the director and not grant the appeal as applied for, but I want to make sure it's clearly understood the justification, or at least there is a mechanism of an out on this one, but at the same time, we need to make sure that this is being addressed down the road.
Yeah, I'll second that.
I feel your sentiment equally, and I'll second.
I think Mr. Rufo jumped in first, Jose. So
Okay, go ahead.
In regards to BZA docket 017-21, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Rufo, to uphold the decision of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits, finding that there was not an error in that decision. Roll vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Egan,
Yes.
Jose Alvarez. I didn't hear you. Oh. Alfonso Gonzalez,
Yay.
Matthew Rufo, and Candace Forrest, no. 5 yeas, 1 nay, the motion carries.
And I have to log off, guys, but thank you, Chairwoman, and happy half Mardi Gras to everybody, I guess, whatever that is.
Happy Mardi Gras, Todd.
We're on to the next item.
Okay, the next items are item 13, 14, 15, 16, dockets 18, 19, 20, and 21. This is an appeal of the decision of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits regarding the determination that the subject property has attained legal non-conforming status for a second principal structure. And we have received comments for this item. In support of the application, Hugh, let me see, am I on the right one? Yeah, Hugh Sander Ford, 1302 Calhoun Street. I'm in support of all dockets seeking to overturn the non-conforming use determination made for an auxiliary structure located at 1321 Calhoun Street. I believe the non-conforming use determination was made in clear error and urge the board to overturn the decision made by the Director of Safety and Permits. Next comment is in support of the application, Justin Schmidt, 909 Porter Street, Suite 1500, NOLA 70112. Having read the majority of the documents filed in this matter, I respectfully request that this matter be deferred so that the formal written comments can be submitted to the record. These comments would address many of the items included in the staff summary that was released to the public after the closure of the public comment period on Monday, February 1st, 2021. As you are aware, the board has regularly granted deferrals in such cases in order to give the parties the opportunity to properly address the city's position. Without the requested deferral, all of the appealing neighbors applicants would be deprived due process and the opportunity to be heard on pending matters. The rejection of this requested deferral would also seem to run afoul with the Louisiana open meeting law, where those in opposition are entitled to the position of the city so that they may submit a meaningful opposition on all aspects of the city's position. While Mr. Ellis is likely correct that this matter will end up in litigation, the appellants are legally entitled to make sure that a complete record is transmitted to the courts. It would not be equitable to allow the city's uncontested position to be advanced without the opportunity to rebut in the BZA. Tribunal. Thank you. Next comment, in support of the application, S.V. Johnson, 2822 LePage Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70119, to the BZA. I have reviewed the materials associated with the appeal and fully support the position of the Kiefers, Sayers, and Ms. Edmonds and Ms. Trial in the matter of 1321 Calhoun. Thank you. S.P. Johnson, 2822 LePage Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70119. Next comment, would like to provide or request information regarding this application. Jennifer Page, 1231 Poon Street. The question was raised as to whether gas lines and utility service were still present in the rear accessory structure. I am writing as owner that they are still present and have never been removed. Since there was no opposition, there is no need for a rebuttal, and that's the end of the comments. Oh, no, it's not.
Yeah, go ahead and read all of the comments. We consolidated them.
I was just hoping it was the end of the comments. Let's see. So item number 14.
A quick question, Misty. I know that several of the commenters gave the same comment for each item. Since they were consolidated, do we need to repeat if they've stated their comments already?
No, just go. I can see that, for instance, Hugh Sanderford has the exact same comment for both. Just read one and note that he commented the same thing twice.
Okay. All right, so Hugh Sanderford and S.P. Johnson have given the same support for the application for this address. The same with BZA item number 15, BZA 2021, 2121, and that is the end of the comments for this case. And no opposition, so no need for rebuttal.
Do I
do believe that
do I get to rebut Mr. Ellis's presentation?
No, you only get to rebut if there's opposition in the comments. Is that correct, Missy? I just want to make sure I'm correct.
Yes. Sorry, I couldn't find my mute.
That's okay. But I do believe that the applicant requested a deferral of this item. I didn't know if we needed to.
Yes, actually, there were two who did not speak to this, but I spoke with them today and last night. So Mr. Kiefer is also asking for a deferral, and Donna Young for Karen Edmonds was asking for a deferral as well.
And that was going to be my question to staff, because we consolidated and it was multiple applicants,
yes,
whether or not all of the applicants needed to request the deferral.
I would say that we need them all to agree, not necessarily request.
Got it. And Mr. Sayre, you're saying that all of the applicants agreed to the deferral, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any questions or comments from board members? Hearing none, is there a motion related to the request for a deferral?
Chair, I just have a question. What would be what will be the amount of time that it will be requesting for? Or what do you think that's the appropriate amount of time? 30 days or 60 days or 90 days? What?
Oh, I think 30 days is plenty.
And just because thanks for bringing that up, Commissioner Alvarez, because I did want to be clear on the timeline from staff, just to make sure that the applicant has the deadline for them to submit any additional information. Can staff speak to when they would need to submit their additional information?
Can you hear me?
Are you asking me?
No, I was asking staff. I didn't hear you, Emily.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you a little bit.
Okay. As a reminder, the March meeting is the third Monday of the month, March 15th. So the deadline for any written comment from the applicant would be 1 week prior to that. I think that would be March 8th at 5 p.m.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Sayre, I don't know if you heard, yes, Ashley?
May I just clarify that that same deadline applies to the city as well? I know there was some commentary originally that we hadn't submitted our report until Wednesday, but we submit our reports on Monday as well. They're just not published by the BZA until Wednesday. So I would just love it if staff could clarify that that's the deadline for the city as well.
Is the meeting on the 16th?
The meeting is on the third Monday, so it would be the 15th.
The 15th, okay.
And so the deadline for submittals would be March 8th.
That's correct. And like Ashley said, that also applies to the Department of Safety and Permits, summary reports, and their files.
Thank you. And thank you for bringing that up too, Ms. Becknell. I was going to speak to the argument about public records and that open meetings, but that kind of covered it. So thank you. So to go back, Mr. Alvarez, you were putting forth a motion.
Yeah, so, Madam Chairman, the motion's in order.
Yes.
In regard to dockets BZA 01821, 01921, 02021, and 02121, IHO's hours moved to defer the matter for 30 days as requested by the applicant.
Maura Egan, second.
Thank you. With regards to BZA dockets 018-21, 019-21, 020-21, and 021-21, it's been moved by Commissioner Alvarez, second by Commissioner Eggins, to defer the matter 30 days at the request of the applicants. A roll vote. Tamara Eggins.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
Matthew Rufo.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest, yes. 5 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
We will now begin with new business for an extension request. The next item is item number 17, BZA docket 01317 for a property located at 4222 Duplessis Street.
Good.
This request is for an extension for a previously granted variance to allow a 1-year extension. And we have no comments for item 17.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions or comments from board members? I did have one clarifying question. Is it, I don't want to mispronounce your last name. Is it Mr. Jawar? Jawar. I just wanted to be clear. I know you said that you're not currently utilizing the parking. Is that correct?
Yeah, the driveway has been removed. The one that was non-compliant, it's been removed just as like a show of good faith that I'm not just trying to like extend the thing out to keep using it or something like that.
Got it.
Yeah, the
One
driveway
second.
no longer exists.
1 second. Mr. Sayre, your line is still open. Thank you, staff. You can go ahead, Mr. Jawar.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, so the driveway has been removed. It is no longer there. It's pretty much, I'm just trying to do the extension just so I don't have to follow up and put in the trees. So just in case my lawsuit ends in my favor, I won't then not have the ability to put in a legally conforming driveway.
Got it. Okay. Any other questions or comments from board members? Is there a motion?
What docket number is this? Sorry, I'm trying to find it.
Oh, this is BZA docket 0317. That was the original docket number for this
It's
item.
13-17.
There it is. Okay. All right, Madam Chair, the motion is in order.
Yes, proceed.
In regard to docket BZA 1317, Jose Alvarez moved to grant the request extension for 1 year, yes it is. The letter submitted requested by the applicant.
Alfonso, second.
Thank you. With regard to BZA docket 013-17, it's been moved by Commissioner Alvarez, second by Commissioner Gonzalez to grant the requested 1 year extension. Roll vote. Tamara Eggins,
Yes.
Jose Alvarez,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez,
Yay.
Matthew Rufo,
Yes.
and Candace Forrest, yes. 5 yeas, no nays, the motion carries.
Thank you.
Just as a quick reminder before we all log off for the day, like I said earlier, the March meeting is scheduled for the third Monday of the month on March 15th. So don't forget that moving forward, we will be having meetings on the third Monday of the month.
Thank you. And it's the same time, right, Emily?
That's correct, at 10 a.m.
Thank you.
All right, and at this time, would the board consider a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved. Alfonso.
I second.
Thank you. It's been moved by Commissioner Gonzalez, second by Commissioner Rufo to adjourn our meeting. Roll vote. Tamara Eggins,
Yes.
Hold on.
Jose Alvarez,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez,
Yay.
Matthew Rufo,
Yes.
and Candace Forrest, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion carries and our meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Happy House Float Mardi Gras.
Yes, enjoy your revised Mardi Gras. Thanks, everyone.
Bye all.